Section 1 of Weird Tales, Jules de Grandin, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kirk Ziegler. Weird Tales, Jules de Grandin, Volume 2 by Seabury Quinn. The Dead Hand, Part 1. Morbleu! Exclaimed Jules de Grandin, passing his coffee cup across the breakfast table for its third replenishment. But it seems almost, friend Trowbridge, as if I exercise some sinister influence on your patients. Here I have been your guest but one little week, and you'll all but lose that Mademoiselle Drigo, while, Hellas, the so excellent Madame Richards is dead altogether entirely. I hardly think you can be blamed for Mrs. Richards' death, I replied, as I handed back his refilled cup. The poor lady suffered from mitral stenosis for the past 2 years, and the last time I examined her I was able to detect a diastolic murmur without the aid of a stethoscope. No, her trouble dated back some time before your coming, de Grandin. You relieve me, he asserted with a serio-comic expression on his alert face. And now you go to offer your condolences to her sorrowing husband, yes? May I accompany you? Always, friend Trowbridge, there is an opportunity for those who will learn something. Nom de nom, but it is the good Sergeant Costello, de Grandin cried delightedly, as a heavy-set man closed the door of the Richards mansion behind him, and strode across the wide veranda toward the steps. Eh bien, my friend, do you not remember me? He stretched both his slender, carefully groomed hands toward the huge Irishman. Surely you have not forgotten. I'll say I haven't, the big detective denied with a welcoming grin, shaking hands cordially. You sure showed me some tricks I didn't know was in the book, Dr. de Grandin, when we was in the Kalmar case. Maybe you can give me a lift in this one, too. Sure, it's like a bughouse in there. He jerked an indicative thumb over his shoulder toward the Richards residence. Eh? What's it you say? de Grandin demanded, his little blue eyes dancing with sudden excitement. A mystery? Cordieu, my friend, you interest me. Will you help? The big plainclothesman asked with almost pathetic eagerness, half turning in his tracks. But most certainly, my companion assented. A mystery to me is what the love of a woman is to weaker men, my friend. Pardieu, how far should I have travelled in the profession of medicine, if I had but been able to leave the solving of matters which did not concern me alone? Come, let us go in. We will shake the facts from this mystery of yours as a mother shakes stolen cookies from her enfant's blouse, cher sergeant. Willis Richards, power in Wall Street and nabob in our little sub-metropolitan community, stood on the hearthrug before his library fire, a living testimonial to the truth of the axiom that death renders all mankind equals. For all his mop of white hair, his authoritative voice, and his imposing embonpoint, the great banker was only a bereft and bewildered old man, borne down by his new sorrow and unable to realize that at last he confronted a condition not to be remedied by his signature on a 5-figured check. Well, Sergeant, he asked, with a pitiful attempt at his usual brusque manner, as he recognized Costello at de Grandin's elbow, have you found out anything? No, sir, the policeman confessed, but here's Dr. de Grandin from Paris, France, and he can help you out if anyone can. He's done some wonderful work for us before, and— A French detective, Richard scoffed. You don't need to get one of those foreigners to help you find a few stolen jewels, do you? Why, Monsieur de Grandin's angry protest brought the irate financier's expostulation to an abrupt halt. You do forget yourself. I am Jules de Grandin, occasionally connected with the Service de Sûreté, but more interested in the solution of my cases than in material reward. Oh, an amateur, eh? Richards replied with even greater disgust. This is a case for real detective work, Costello. I'm surprised that you'd bring a dabbler into my private affairs. By George, I'll telephone a New York agency and take the entire case out of your hands." "One moment, Mr. Richards," I interposed, relying on my position as family medical adviser to strengthen my argument. "This is Dr. Jules de Grandin, of the Sorbonne, one of Europe's foremost criminologists and one of the world's greatest scientists. The detection of crime is a phase of his work, just as military service was a phase of George Washington's. But you can no more compare him with professional police officers than you can compare Washington with professional soldiers." Mr. Richards looked from de Grandin to me, then back again. "I'm sorry," he confessed, extending his hand to the little Frenchman, "and I shall be very glad for any assistance you may care to render, sir." To be frank, he motioned us to seats as he began pacing the floor nervously. Mrs. Richards' death was not quite so natural as Dr. Trowbridge believes. Though it is perfectly true she had been suffering from heart disease for some time, it was not heart disease alone which caused her death. She was scared to death, literally. I returned from New York, where I had been attending a banquet given by my Alumni Association, about 2 o'clock this morning. I let myself in with my latchkey and went upstairs to my room, which adjoined my wife's, and was beginning to undress when I heard her call out in terror. I flung the connecting door open, and ran into her bedroom just in time to see her fall to the floor beside her bed, clutching at her throat and trying to say something about a hand. "Ah!" de Grandin looked at our host with his sharp cat stare. "And then?" "And then I saw, well, I fancied I saw a something drift across the room, about level with my shoulders, and go out the window. I ran over to where my wife lay, and when I got there, she was dead." "Ah!" murmured de Grandin thoughtfully, inspecting his well-manicured nails with an air of preoccupation. Richards gave him an annoyed look as he continued. "It was not till this morning that I discovered all my wife's jewels, and about $20,000 worth of unregistered Liberty bonds had disappeared from the wall safe in her room. Of course," he concluded, "I didn't really see anything in the air when I ran from my room. That's impossible." "Quite obviously," I agreed. "Sure," Sergeant Costello nodded. "Not at all," Jules de Grandin denied, shaking his head vigorously in dissent. "It is more possible your eyes did not deceive you, monsieur." "What was it that you saw?" Richard's annoyance deepened into exasperation. "It looked like a hand," he snapped. "A hand with 4 or 5 inches of wrist attached to it, and no body." "Silly rot, of course. I didn't see any such thing." "Quod erat demonstrandum," de Grandin replied softly. "What say?" Mr. Richards demanded testily. "I say this is truly a remarkable case." "Well, do you want to look at the room?" Richards turned toward the door leading to the stairway. "But no, monsieur," de Grandin blandly refused. "The good Sergeant Costello has already looked over the ground. Doubtless he can tell me all I need to know. I shall look elsewhere for confirmation of a possible theory." "Oh, all right," Richards agreed with a snort of ill-concealed contempt. "Tackle the matter in your own way. I'll give you 48 hours to accomplish something. Then I'll call up Blynn's agency and see what real detectives can do." "Monsieur is more than generous in his allowance," de Grandin replied icily. To me, as we left the house, he confided, "I should greatly enjoy pulling that Monsieur Richard's nose, friend Trowbridge." "Can you come over to my house right away, Dr. Trowbridge?" a voice hailed me as de Grandin and I entered my office. "Why, Mr. Kinnan," I answered, as I recognized the caller, "what's the matter?" "Ugh!" he exploded. "What isn't the matter? Hell's broken loose. My wife's had hysterics since this morning, and I'm not sure I oughtn't to ask you to commit me to some asylum for the feeble-minded." "Pardieu, monsieur," de Grandin exclaimed. "That statement, he is vastly interesting, but not very instructive." Will you explain, n'est-ce pas?" "Explain?" growled the other. "How am I going to explain something I know isn't so? At 20 minutes past 5 this morning, my wife and I saw something that wasn't there, and saw it take the Lafayette cup to boot." "Sacré nom de pas!" de Grandin swore. "What is it that you say? You saw that which was not there, and saw it take a cup of Le Marquis de Lafayette?" "Non, non, non, it is I, who am of the deranged mind. Friend Trowbridge, look to me. I hear remarks which this gentleman has not made." In spite of himself, Kinnan laughed at the little Frenchman's tragic face. "I'll be more explicit," he promised, seating himself opposite me and drawing a cigar case from his pocket. "Smoke?" he asked, proffering the case to each of us in turn. "Now, here goes, and I don't care whether you believe me or not, for I'm not at all sure I am not a liar myself. The baby was fretful the entire early part of the evening, and we didn't get him to sleep till well after midnight. Along about 5 o'clock he woke up on another rampage, and my wife and I went into the nursery to see what we could do. Ella, the maid, had gone to New York for the night, and, as usual, there wasn't a drop of milk ready for the youngster. So Mrs. Kinnan and I trotted down to the dining-room, and I started to pasteurize some milk in the chafing dish. I can place the time exactly, for the library clock has been running erratically lately, and only yesterday I'd gotten it so it ran just 10 minutes fast. Well, that clock had just struck 5:30, when, like an echo of the gong, there came a crash at the window, and the pane was shattered right before our eyes. "Ah!" observed de Grandin, noncommittally. Kinnan shot him a sidelong glance as he continued, "It had been broken by a hammer." "Ah?" De Grandin edged slightly forward on his chair. "And whether you believe me or not, that hammer was held in a hand, a woman's hand, and that was all. No arm, no body, just a hand that smashed that window pane with the hammer, and floated through the air as if it were attached to an invisible body, and took the Lafayette cup from the sideboard, then floated away with it." "Ah!" de Grandin ejaculated on a rising accent, forgetting to puff at the cigar our caller had given him. "Oh, I don't expect you to believe me," Kinnan shot back. "I'd say anyone who told me such a story was full of dope, or something, myself. But I tell you I saw it, or thought I did, and so did my wife. Anyhow," he turned to us with a gesture of finality, "the Lafayette cup is gone." "On the contrary, monsieur," de Grandin assured him gravely, "I do believe you most implicitly. That same bodiless hand was seen at Monsieur Richard's home last night." "The deuce?" This time it was Kinman who looked sceptical. "You say someone else saw that hand?" Why, they couldn't." "Nevertheless, my friend, they did," the Frenchman asserted. "Now tell me, this Lafayette cup, what was it?" "It is a silver wine goblet which belonged to my great-grandfather," Kinman replied. "Intrinsically, I don't suppose it's worth more than $25 or $35, but it's valuable to us as a family heirloom, and because Lafayette, when he made his second visit to this country, drank out of it at a banquet given in his honor. I have been offered up to $1,000 for it by collectors." "Morbleu!" De Grandin ground the fire from his cigar in the ash-tray, and beat his finger-tips together in a nervous tattoo. "This is a remarkable burglar we have here, messieurs, a most remarkable burglar. He, or she, has a hand, but no body. He enters sick ladies' bedrooms and frighten away their lives, then steal their jewelry. He break honest men's windows with a hammer, then deprives them of their treasured heirlooms, while they heat the milk for their babies. Cordieu, he will bear investigating, this one." "You don't believe me," Kinnan declared, half truculently, half shamefacedly. "Have I not said I do?" the Frenchman answered, almost angrily. "When you have seen what I have seen, monsieur, parbleu, When you have seen one half as much, you will learn to believe many things which fools declare impossible. This hammer," he rose, almost glaring at Kinnan, so intent was his stare. "Where is he? I would see him, if you please." "It's over at the house," our visitor answered, "lying right where it fell when the hand dropped it. Neither my wife nor I would touch it for a farm." "Tremendous! Gigantic! Magnificent!" de Grandin ejaculated, nodding his head vigorously after each adjective. "Come, mes amis, let us hasten, let us fly. Trowbridge, my friend, you shall attend the so excellent Madame Kinnan. I shall go on the trail of this bodiless burglar, and it shall go hard, but I shall find him. Morbleu, Monsieur le Fantôme, when you kill that Madame Richards with fright, that is one thing. When you steal Monsieur Kinnan's cup of Le Marquis de Lafayette, that is also one thing. But when you think to thumb your invisible nose at Jules de Grandin, parbleu, that is something else again. We shall see who will make one sacré Sanche out of whom, and that right quickly." End of section 1. Section 2 of Weird Tales, Jules de Grandin, Volume 2, by Seabury Quinn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Dead Hand, Part 2. The hammer proved to be an ordinary one, with a nickel head and imitation ebony handle, such as could be bought at any notion store for 25 cents. But de Grandin pounced on it like a hungry tomcat on a mouse, or a gold prospector on a 2-pound nugget, or a Kimberley miner on a 12-carat diamond. "But this is wonderful! This is superb!" he almost cooed as he swaddled the implement in several layers of paper, and stowed it tenderly away in an inside pocket of his great coat. "Trowbridge, my friend," he threw me one of his quick, enigmatic smiles, "do you attend the good Madame Kinnan? I have important duties to perform elsewhere. If possible, I shall return for dinner, and if I do, I pray you will have your amiable cook prepare for me one of her so delicious apple pies. If I return not," his little blue eyes twinkled a moment with frosty laughter, "I shall eat that pie for breakfast, like a good Yankee." Dinner was long since over, and the requested apple pie had been reposing untouched on the pantry shelf for several hours, when de Grandin popped from a taxicab like a jack-in-the-box from its case, and rushed up the front steps, the waxed ends of his little blond mustache twitching like the whiskers of an excited tomcat, his arms filled with bundles, a look of triumphant exhilaration on his face. "Quick! Quick, friend Trowbridge," he ordered as he deposited his packages on my office desk. "To the telephone. Call that Monsieur Richards, that rich man who so generously allowed me 48 hours to recover his lost treasures, and that Monsieur Kinnan, whose so precious cup of the Marquis de Lafayette was stolen. Call them both and bid them come here, right away, at once, immediately." Pardieu! He strode back and forth across my office with a step which was half run, half jig. This Jules de Grandin, never is the task imposed too great for him. "What in the world is the matter with you?" I demanded as I rang up the Richards house. "None, none," he replied, lighting a cigarette, then flinging it away unpuffed. "Ask me no questions, good friend, I do beseech you. Wait. Only wait till those others come, then you shall hear Jules de Grandin speak. Morbleu, but he shall speak a great mouthful." The Richards limousine, impressive in size like its owner, and, like its owner, heavily upholstered, was panting before my door in half an hour, and Kinnan drove up in his modest sedan almost as soon. Sergeant Costello, looking mystified, but concealing his wonder with the inborn reticence of a professional policeman, came into the office close on Kinnan's heels. "What is all this nonsense, Trowbridge?" Richards demanded testily, as he sank into a chair. "Couldn't you have come over to my house instead of dragging me out at this hour o' night?" "Tut, tut, Monsieur," de Grandin cut him short, running the admonitions so close together that they sounded like the exhaust of a miniature motor-boat. "Tut, tut, Monsieur, is it not worth coming out into the cold to recover these?" From a brown paper parcel before him he produced a purple velvet case which he snapped open with a dramatic gesture, disclosing an array of scintillating gems. "These, I take it," he announced, "were once the property of Madame, your wife." "Great Scott!" gasped Richards, reaching out his hands for the jewels. "Why, you got 'em!" "But of course," de Grandin agreed deftly, withdrawing the stones from Richard's reach and restoring them to their paper bag. "Also, Monsieur, I have these." From another parcel he drew a sheaf of Liberty bonds, ruffling through them as a gambler might count his cards. "You said $20,000 worth, I believe?" "Très bien. There are just $21,000 certificates here, according to my count. Monsieur Kinnan," he bowed to our other visitor, "permit that I restore to you the cup of Monsieur Marquis de Lafayette." The Lafayette cup was duly extracted from another package and handed to its owner. "And now," de Grandin lifted an oblong pasteboard box of the sort used for shoes, and held it toward us as a prestidigitator might hold the hat from which he is about to extract a rabbit. "I will ask you to give me closest attention. Regardez, s'il vous plaît. Is it not what you gentlemen saw last night?" As he lifted the box lid we beheld, lying on a bed of crumpled tissue paper, what appeared to be the perfectly modelled reproduction of a beautiful feminine hand and wrist. The thumb and fingers, tipped with long almond-shaped nails, were exquisitely slender and graceful, and the narrow palm, where it showed above the curling digits, was pink and soft-looking as the underside of a La France rose petal. Only the smear of collodion across the severed wrist told us we gazed on something which once pulsated with life instead of a marvellously exact reproduction. "Is this not what you gentlemen saw last night?" de Grandin repeated, glancing from the lovely hand to Richards and Kinnan in turn. Each nodded a mute confirmation, but forbore to speak, as though the sight of the eerie, lifeless thing before him had placed a seal of silence on his lips. "Very good, very, very good," de Grandin nodded vigorously. "Now attend me, if you please. When Monsieur Kinnan told me of the hammer which broke his window last night, I decided the road by which to trace this bodiless burglar was mapped out on that hammer's handle. Pourquoi? Because this hand which scares sick ladies to death and breaks window panes is one of three things. First, he ticked off on his fingers. It may be some mechanical device. In that case I shall find no traces. But it may be the ghost of someone who once lived, in which case again it is one of two things: a ghost hand per se, or the reanimated flesh of one who is dead. Or perchance it is the hand of someone who can render the rest of him invisible. Now then, if it is a ghost hand, either true ghost or living dead flesh, it is like other hands. It has ridges and valleys and loops and whorls which can be traced and recognized by fingerprint experts. Or, if a man can, by some process unknown to me, make all of him, save his hand, invisible, why then his hand, too, must leave finger marks. Hein? Now, Jules de Grandin asked Jules de Grandin, is it not highly probable that one who steals jewels and bonds and the cup of Monsieur le Marquis de Lafayette has stolen before, perchance been apprehended and finger-printed? Parbleu, it is even as you say, Jules de Grandin, answers Jules de Grandin. Thereupon I take that hammer from Monsieur Kinnan's house and go with it to New York. I see the commissioner of police. Monsieur le Préfet, I say to him, I am Jules de Grandin. Do you know me? Morbleu, but I do, reply that so excellent gentleman. Who but a fool has not heard of Jules de Grandin? He paused a moment, casting a pregnant glance at Richards, then continued. Monsieur le Préfet, I reply, I would that you permit your identification experts to examine this hammer and tell me, of their kindness, whose fingerprints appear thereon. Bien. The order was given, and in good time come the report that the hammer handle is autographed with the fingerprints of one Catherine O'Brien, otherwise known to the police as Catherine Lavoie, and also known as Catherine Dunstan. The police of New York have a dossier for this lady which would do credit to the Paris Sûreté. They tell me she was in turn a shoplifter, a decoy woman for some badger game gentleman, a forger, and the partner of one Professor Mysterio, a theatrical hypnotist. Indeed, they tell me she was married to this Professor à l'Italienne, and with him she traveled the country, sometimes giving exhibitions, sometimes indulging in crime, such as, for instance, burglary and pocket-picking. Now, about a year ago, while she and the Professor are exhibiting themselves at Coney Island, this lady died. Her partner gave her a most remarkable funeral, but the ceremonies were marred by one untoward incident. While her body lay in the undertaker's mortuary, some thief did climb in the window and remove one of her hands. In the dead of night he severed from the beautiful body of that wicked woman the hand which had often extracted property from other people's pockets, and made off with it. Nor could all the policeman's efforts find out who did so ghoulish a deed. Meantime, the Professor who was this woman's theatrical partner has retired from the stage, and lives in New Jersey on the fortune he has amassed. New Jersey, I say to me. Why, that is the place where my dear Trowbridge lives, and where these so mysterious burglaries have taken place. So back I come to Sergeant Costello and ask him if any stranger whose mode of income is unknown has lately moved into this vicinity. I have a picture of this Professor Mysterio which the New York police give me from their archives, and I show the picture to the good Costello. Pardieu, in English, he say, but I know the gentleman. He live in the Berryman house, out on the Andover road, and do nothing for his living but smoke a pipe and drink whiskey. Come, let us gather him in. While Sergeant Costello and I ride out to that house, I do much thinking. Hypnotism is thought, and thought is a thing which does not die. Now, if this dead woman had been in the habit of receiving mental commands from Professor Mysterio for so long, and had been accustomed to obey those commands with all parts of her body as soon as they were given, had she not formed a habit of obedience? Trowbridge, my friend, you are a physician. You have seen men die, even as I have. You know that a suddenly killed man falls in an attitude which was characteristic of him in life. Is it not so? I nodded agreement. Very well, then, de Grandin continued. I ask me if it is not possible that the hand this Professor have commanded so many times in life cannot be made to do his bidding after death. Mon Dieu, the idea is novel, but not for that reason impossible. Did not that so superb Monsieur Poe hint at some such thing in his story of the dying man who remained alive because he was hypnotized? Most assuredly. So, when we get to the house of Professor Mysterio, Sergeant Costello points his pistol at the gentleman and says, "Put 'em up, buddy. We got the deceased wood upon you." Meanwhile I search the house. I find Monsieur Richard's jewelry and his bonds. I find Monsieur Kinman's cup of Monsieur le Marquis de Lafayette. I find much else, including this hand of a dead woman, which are not itself dead. Dieu. When I go to take it from its case, it attack me like a living thing, and Sergeant Costello have to promise he will blow the top from the Professor's head before he order it to be quiet. And it obeyed his voice. Parbleu! When I see that, I have the flesh of the geese all over me. Rot! Richards flung the contemptuous comment like a missile. I don't know what kind of hocus-pocus made that hand move, but if you expect to make me believe any such nonsense as this stuff you've been telling, you've got the wrong pig by the ear. I shouldn't be surprised if you and this Professor What's-his-name were in cahoots in this thing, and you got cold feet and left your confederate holding the bag." I stared aghast at the man. De Grandin's vanity was as colossal as his ability, and though he was gentle as a woman in ordinary circumstances like a woman, he was capable of sudden flares of vixenish temper when his regard for human life became no greater than his concern for a troublesome fly. If the little Frenchman had launched himself at his traducer like a bobcat attacking a hound, I should have been less surprised than I was at the ominous calm with which he replaced the cover of the cardboard box containing the hand. "Friend Trowbridge," he asked, the muscles of his jaws standing out like whipcords as he strove to prevent a telltale quiver from creeping into his face, "will you be good enough to represent me, huh?" With the ejaculation he dodged suddenly downward, almost falling to the floor in his haste to avoid the flashing white object which dashed at his face. Nor was his dodge a split second too soon. Like the lid of a boiling kettle, the top of the shoe-box had lifted, and the slender, quiescent hand which lay within had leaped through the opening, risen throat-high in the air, and hurtled across the intervening space like a quarrel from a crossbow. With delicate, firm-muscled fingers outspread, it swooped through the air like a pouncing hawk, missed de Grandin's throat by the barest fraction of a second, and fastened itself, snapping like a strong spring-steel trap, in the puffy flesh sagging over the collar of Willis Richards' dress shirt. "Help!" gasped, or rather croaked, the startled financier, falling backward in his chair and tearing futilely at the eldritch thing which sank its long, pointed nails into his purple skin. "Oh, God, it's choking me!" Costello was at his side, striving with all his force to pry those white, slender fingers open. He might as well have tried to wrench apart the clasp of a chrome-steel handcuff. "Non, non!" de Grandin shouted. "Not that way, Sergeant. It is useless." Leaping across the room, he jerked open the door of my instrument case, seized an autopsy knife, and dashed his shoulder against the burly detective, almost sending him sprawling. Next instant, with the speed and precision of an expert surgeon, he was dissecting away the deadly white fingers fastened in Richard's dewlap. "C'est complet," he announced matter-of-factly as he finished his grisly task. "A restorative, if you please, friend Trowbridge, and an antiseptic dressing for the wounds from the nails. He will not suffer unnecessarily." Wheeling, he seized the receiver from my desk telephone and called authoritatively, "Hello? Hello? The jail, if you please, Mademoiselle Centrale?" There was a brief parley. Finally he received his connection. Then, "Hello, Monsieur le Joaillier. Can you tell me of Professor Mysterio, please? How is he? What does he do?" A pause. "Ah, do you say so? I thought as much. Many thanks, monsieur." He turned to us, a look of satisfaction on his face. "My friends," he announced solemnly, "Professor Mysterio is no more. 2 minutes ago the authorities at the city prison heard him call out distinctly in a loud voice, 'Katie, kill the Frenchman! I command you! Kill him!' When they rushed to his cell to discover the cause for his cries, they were but in time to see him dash himself from his bed, having first bound his waist-belt firmly to his throat and the top of his barred door. The fall broke his neck. He died before they could cut him down. Eh bien, he shook himself like a spaniel emerging from a pond. 'Twas a lucky thing for me I saw that box top begin to lift, and had the sense to dodge those dead fingers. None of you would have thought of the knife, I fear, before the thing had strangled my life away. As it is, I acted none too soon for Monsieur Richard's good." Still red in the face, but regaining his self-possession under my ministrations, Willis Richards sat up in his chair. "If you will give me my property, I'll be getting out of this hell-house," he announced gruffly, reaching for the jewels and bonds de Grandin had placed on the desk. Assuredly, monsieur, de Grandin agreed. But first you will comply with the law, n'est-ce pas? You have offered a reward of $5,000 for your property's return. Make out 2 checks, if you please, one for half the amount to good Sergeant Costello, the other for a similar amount to me. I'll be hanged if I do, the banker declared, glaring angrily at de Grandin. Why should a man have to buy his own stuff back? Sergeant Costello rose ponderously to his feet and gathered the parcels containing Richard's belongings into his capacious hands. Law's law, he announced decisively. There'll be no bonds or jewels returned till that reward's been paid. All right, Richards agreed, reaching for his checkbook. I'll pay you, but it's the damnedest hold-up I've ever had pulled on me. Growled Costello as the door slammed behind the irate banker. If I ever catch that bird parking by a fire-plug or exceeding the speed limit, he'll see a hold-up that is a hold-up. I'll give him every summons in my book, and holler for more. Tiens, my friends, think of the swine no more, de Grandin commanded. In France, had a man so insulted me, I should have called him out and run him through the body. But that one? Poof! Gold is his life's blood. I hurt him far more by forcing the reward from him than if I had punctured his fat skin a dozen times. Meantime, friend Trowbridge, his little eyes snapped with the heat lightning of his sudden smile. There waits in the pantry that so delicious apple pie prepared for me by your excellent cook. Sergeant, Monsieur Kinnan, will you join us? Wind and weather permitting, friend Trowbridge and I propose eating ourselves into one glorious case of indigestion. End of section 2. Section 3 of Weird Tales, Jules de Grandin, Volume 2, by Seabury Quinn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of Horror, Part 1. Morbleu, friend Trowbridge, have a care, Jules de Grandin warned as my lurching motor car almost ran into the brimming ditch beside the rain-soaked road. I wrenched the steering wheel viciously and swore softly under my breath as I leaned forward, striving vainly to pierce the curtains of rain which shut us in. No use, old fellow, I confessed, turning to my companion. We're lost, that's all there is to it. Ha! He laughed shortly. Do you just begin to discover that fact, my friend? Parbleu, I have known it this last half-hour. Throttling my engine down, I crept along the concrete roadway, peering through my streaming windshield and storm curtains for some familiar landmark, but nothing but blackness, wet and impenetrable, met my eyes. 2 hours before, answering an insistent phone call, de Grandin and I had left the security of my warm office to administer a dose of toxin antitoxin to an Italian labourer's child who lay choking with diphtheria in a hut at the workmen's settlement where the new branch of the railroad was being put through. The cold driving rain and the Stygian darkness of the night had misled me when I made the detour around the railway cut, and for the past hour and a half I had been feeling my way over unfamiliar roads as futilely as a lost child wandering in the woods. Gracias Dieu, de Grandin exclaimed, seizing my arm with both his small strong hands. A light! See where it shines in the night? Come, let us go to it. Even the meanest hovel is preferable to this so villainous rain. I peeped through a joint in the curtains and saw a faint, intermittent light flickering through the driving rain some 200 yards away. All right, I acquiesced, climbing from the car. We've lost so much time already we probably couldn't do anything for the Vivianti child, and maybe these people can put us on the right road anyway. Plunging through the puddles like miniature lakes, soaked by the wind-driven rain, barking our shins again and again on invisible obstacles, we made for the light, finally drawing up to a large square house of red brick fronted by an imposing white-pillared porch. Light streamed out through the fanlight over the white door and from the 2 tall windows flanking the portal. Parbleu, A house of circumstance, this, de Grandin commented, mounting the porch and banging lustily at the polished brass knocker. I wrinkled my forehead in thought while he rattled the knocker a second time. "Strange, I can't remember this place," I muttered. "I thought I knew every building within 30 miles, but this is a new one." "Ah, bah," de Grandin interrupted. "Always you must be casting a wet blanket on the parade, friend Trowbridge. First you insist on losing us in the midst of a sacré rainstorm. Then when I, Jules de Grandin, find us a shelter from the weather, you must needs waste time in wondering why it is you know not the place. Morbleu, you will refuse shelter because you have never been presented to the master of the house, if I do not watch you, I fear." "But I ought to know the place, de Grandin," I protested. "It's certainly imposing enough to—" My defence was cut short by the sharp click of a lock, and the wide white door swung inward before us. We strode over the threshold, removing our dripping hats as we did so, and turned to address the person who had opened the door. "Why," I began, and stared about me in open-mouthed surprise. "Name of a little blue man," said Jules de Grandin, and added his incredulous stare to mine. As far as we could see, we were alone in the mansion's imposing hall. Straight before us, perhaps for 40 feet, ran a corridor of parquetry flooring, covered here and there by rich-hued oriental rugs. White panelled walls adorned with oil paintings of imposing-looking individuals rose for 18 feet or so to a beautifully frescoed ceiling, and a graceful, curving staircase swept upward from the farther end of the room. Candles in cut-glass sconces lighted the high-ceilinged apartment. The hospitable glow from a log fire burning under the high white marble mantel lent an air of homely coziness to the place, but of anything living, human or animal, there was no faintest trace or sign. Click! Behind us the heavy outer door swung to silently on well-oiled hinges, and the automatic lock latched firmly. "Death of my life," de Grandin murmured, reaching for the door's silver-plated knob and giving it a vigorous twist. "Par la moustache du diable, friend Trowbridge, it is locked." Truly, perhaps it had been better if we had remained outside in the rain. "Not at all, I assure you, my dear sir," a rich, mellow voice answered him from the curve of the stairs. "Your arrival was nothing less than providential, gentlemen." Coming toward us, walking heavily with the aid of a stout cane, was an unusually handsome man attired in pyjamas and dressing-gown, a sort of nightcap of flowered silk on his white head, slippers of softest morocco on his feet. "You are a physician, sir?" he asked, glancing inquiringly at the medicine case in my hand. "Yes," I answered, "I am Dr. Samuel Trowbridge, from Harrisonville, and this is Dr. Jules de Grandin of Paris, who is my guest." "Ah," replied our host, "I am very, very glad to welcome you to Marston Hall, gentlemen. It so happens that my daughter, is quite ill, and I have been unable to obtain medical aid for her on account of my infirmities and the lack of a telephone. If I may trespass on your charity to attend my poor child, I shall be delighted to have you as my guests for the night. If you will lay aside your coats—" He paused expectantly. "Ah, thank you," as we hung our dripping garments over a chair. "You will come this way, please." We followed him up the broad stairs and down an upper corridor to a tastefully furnished chamber, where a young girl, 15 years of age perhaps, lay propped up with a pile of diminutive pillows. "Annabel, Annabel, my love, here are 2 doctors to see you," the old gentleman called softly. The girl moved her fair head with a weary, peevish motion and whimpered softly in her sleep, but gave no further recognition of our presence. "And what have been her symptoms, if you please, monsieur?" de Grandin asked as he rolled back the cuffs of his jacket and prepared to make an examination. "Sleep," replied our host, "just sleep. Some time ago she suffered from influenza, Lately she has been given to fits of protracted slumber, from which I cannot waken her. I fear she may have contracted sleeping sickness, sir. I am told it sometimes follows influenza." De Grandin passed his small, pliable hands rapidly over the girl's cheeks in the region of her ears, felt rapidly along her neck over the jugular vein, then raised a puzzled glance to me. "Have you some laudanum and aconite in your bag, friend Trowbridge?" he asked. "There's some morphine," I answered, "and aconite, but no laudanum." "No matter." He waved his hand impatiently, bustling over to the medicine case and extracting 2 small vials from it. "No matter, this will do as well. Some water, if you please, monsieur." He turned to the father, a medicine bottle in each hand. "But, de Grandin," I began, when a sudden kick from one of his slender, heavily shod feet nearly broke my shin. "De Grandin, do you think that's the proper medication?" I finished lamely. "Oh, mais oui, undoubtedly," he replied. "Nothing else would do in this case." "Water, if you please, monsieur," he repeated again, addressing the father. I stared at him in ill-disguised amazement as he extracted a pellet from each of the bottles, and quickly ground them to powder while the old gentleman filled a tumbler with water from the porcelain pitcher which stood on the chintz-draped washstand in the corner of the chamber. He was as familiar with the arrangement of my medicine case as I was, I knew, and knew that my phials were arranged by numbers instead of being labelled. Deliberately I saw he had passed over the morphine and aconite, and had chosen 2 bottles of plain, unmedicated sugar-of-milk pills. What his object was I had no idea, but I watched him measure out 4 teaspoonfuls of water, dissolve the powder in it, and pour the sham medication down the unconscious girl's throat. "Good," he proclaimed, as he washed the glass with meticulous care. "She will rest easily until the morning, monsieur. When daylight comes we shall decide on further treatment. Will you now permit that we retire?" He bowed politely to the master of the house, who returned his courtesy and led us to a comfortably furnished room farther down the corridor. "See here, de Grandin," I demanded when our host had wished us a pleasant good night and closed the door upon us, "what was your idea in giving a child an impotent dose like that?" "Shh!" he cut me short with a fierce whisper. "That young girl's mon ami is no more suffering from encephalitis than you or I. There is no characteristic swelling of the face or neck, no diagnostic hardening of the jugular vein. Her temperature was a bit subnormal, it is true, but upon her breath I detected the odor of chloral hydrate. For some reason, good I hope, but bad I fear, she is drugged, and I thought it best to play the fool and pretend I believed the man's statements. Pardieu, the fool who knows himself no fool has an immense advantage over the fool who believes him one, my friend. But me no buts, friend Trowbridge. Remember how the door of this house opened with none to touch it. Recall how it closed behind us in the same way, and observe this if you will." Stepping softly he crossed the room, pulled aside the chintz curtains at the window and tapped lightly on the frame which held the thick plate-glass panes. "Regardez-vous," he ordered, tapping the frame a second time. Like every other window I had seen in the house, this one was of the casement type, small panes of heavy glass being sunk into lattice-like frames. Under de Grandin's direction I tapped the latter, and found them not painted wood as I had supposed, but stoutly welded and bolted metal. Also, to my surprise, I found the turnbuckles for opening the casement were only dummies, the metal frames being actually securely bolted to the stone sills. To all intents, we were as firmly incarcerated as though serving a sentence in the state penitentiary. "The door," I began, but he shook his head. Obeying his gesture, I crossed the room and turned the handle lightly. It twisted under the pressure of my fingers, but though we had heard no warning click of lock or bolt, the door itself was as firmly fastened as though nailed shut. "Why," I asked stupidly, What's it all mean, de Grandin? Je ne sais quoi, he answered with a shrug. But one thing I know, I like not this house, friend Trowbridge. Above the hissing of the rain against the windows and the howl of the sea wind about the gables, there suddenly rose a scream, wire-edged with inarticulate terror, freighted with utter transcendental anguish of body and soul. Cordieu! He threw up his head like a hound hearing the call of the pack from far away. Did you hear that too, friend Trowbridge? Of course, I answered, every nerve in my body trembling in horripilation with the echo of the hopeless wail. Pardieu, he repeated, I like this house less than ever now. Come, let us move this dresser before our door. It is safer that we sleep behind barricades this night, I think. We blocked the door, and I was soon sound asleep. Trowbridge, my friend! De Grandin drove a sharp elbow into my ribs. Wake up, I beseech you. Name of a green goat, you lie like one dead, save for your abominable snoring. Eh? I answered sleepily, thrusting myself deeper beneath the voluminous bedclothes. Despite the unusual occurrences of the night, I was tired to the point of exhaustion, and fairly drunk with sleep. Rise up, my friend, he ordered, shaking me excitedly. The coast is clear, I think, and it is high time we did some exploring. Rats, I scoffed, disinclined to leave my comfortable couch. What's the use of wandering about a strange house to gratify a few unfounded suspicions? The girl might have been given a dose of chloral hydrate, but the chances are her father thought he was helping her when he gave it. As for these trick devices for opening and locking doors, the old man apparently lives here alone and has installed these mechanical aids to lessen his work. He has to hobble around with a cane, you know. Ah, my companion assented sarcastically. And that scream we heard, did he install that as an aid to his infirmities also? Perhaps the girl woke up with a nightmare, I hazarded, but he made an impatient gesture. Perhaps the moon is composed of green cheese also, he replied. Up and dress, my friend. This house should be investigated while yet there is time. Attend me. But 5 minutes ago, through this very window, I did observe Monsieur our host, attired in a raincoat, depart from his own front door, and without his cane. Parbleu, he did skip as agilely as any boy, I assure you. Even now he is almost at the spot where we abandoned your automobile. What he intends doing there I know not. What I intend doing I know full well. Do you accompany me or not? Oh, I suppose so, I agreed, crawling from the bed and slipping into my clothes. How are you going to get past that locked door? He flashed me one of his sudden smiles, shooting the points of his little blond mustache upward like the horns of an inverted crescent. Observe, he ordered, displaying a short length of thin wire. In the days when women's hair was still her crowning glory, what mighty deeds a lady could encompass with a hairpin! Pardieu, there was one little grisette in Paris who showed me some tricks in the days before the war. Regard me, if you please. He deftly thrust the pliable loop of wire into the keyhole, twisting it tentatively back and forth, at length pulling it out, and regarding it carefully. Très bien, he muttered as he reached into an inside pocket, bringing out a heavier bit of wire. See, he displayed the finer wire. With this I take an impression of that lock's tumblers now. Quickly he bent the heavier wire to conform to the waved outline of the lighter loop. Voila! I have a key. And he had. The lock gave readily to the pressure of his improvised key, and we stood in the long, dark hall, staring about us half curiously, half fearfully. This way, if you please, de Grandin ordered. First we will look in upon La Genée to see how it goes with her. We walked tiptoe down the corridor, entered the chamber where the girl lay, and approached the bed. She was lying with her hands folded upon her breast in the manner of those composed for their final rest, her wide, periwinkle blue eyes staring sightlessly before her, the short, tightly curled ringlets of her blonde bobbed hair surrounding her drawn, pallid face like a golden nimbus encircling the ivory features of a saint in some carved icon. My companion approached the bed softly, placing one hand on the girl's wrist, with professional precision. "Temperature low, pulse weak," he murmured, checking off her symptoms. "Complexion pale to the point of lividity. Ha! Now for the eyes. Sleeping, her pupils should have been contracted, while they should now be dilate. Do, Trowbridge, my friend, come here. Look," he commanded, pointing to the apathetic girl's face. "Those eyes, grand Dieu, those eyes! It is sacrilege, nothing less." I looked into the girl's face, then started back with a half-suppressed cry of horror. Asleep, as she had been when we first saw her, the child had been pretty to the point of loveliness. Her features were small and regular, clean-cut as those of a face in a cameo. The tendrils of her light yellow hair had lent her a dainty, ethereal charm comparable to that of a Dresden china shepherdess. It had needed but the raising of her delicate, long-lashed eyelids to give her face the animation of some laughing sprite playing truant from fairyland. Her lids were raised now, but the eyes they unveiled were no clear, joyous windows of a tranquil soul. Rather, they were peepholes of a spirit in torment. The irides were a lovely shade of blue, it is true, but the optics themselves were things of horror. Rolling grotesquely to right and left, they peered futilely in opposite directions, lending to her sweet, pale face the half-ludicrous, wholly hideous expression of a bloating frog. "Good heavens!" I exclaimed, turning from the deformed girl with a feeling of disgust akin to nausea. "What a terrible affliction!" De Grandin made no reply, but bent over the girl's still form, gazing intently at her malformed eyes. "It is not natural," he announced. "The muscles have been tampered with, and tampered with by someone who is a master hand at surgery. Will you get me your syringe and some strychnine, friend Trowbridge? This poor one is still unconscious." I hastened to our bedroom and returned with the hypodermic and stimulant, then stood beside him, watching eagerly as he administered a strong injection. The girl's narrow chest fluttered as the powerful drug took effect, and the pale lids dropped for a second over her repulsive eyes. Then, with a sob which was half moan, she attempted to raise herself on her elbow, fell back again, and with apparent effort gasped. "The mirror! Let me have the mirror! Oh, tell me it isn't true! Tell me it was a trick of some sort! Oh, the horrible thing I saw in the glass couldn't have been I! What was it?" "Tiens, ma petite," de Grandin replied, "but you speak in riddles. What is it you would know?" He, the girl faltered weakly, forcing her trembling lips to frame the words. "That horrible old man showed me a mirror a little while ago, and said the face in it was mine. Oh, it was horrible, horrible!" "Eh? What is this?" de Grandin demanded on a rising note. "He? Horrible old man? Are you not his daughter? Is he not your father?" "No," the girl gasped, so low her denial was scarcely audible. "I was driving home from Macclesfield I forget when it was, but it was at night, and my tires punctured. I think there must have been glass on the road, for the shoes were cut to ribbons. I saw the light in this house and came to ask for help. An old man, I thought he was so nice and kind, let me in and said he was all alone here and about to eat dinner, and asked me to join him. I ate some, I don't remember what it was, and the next thing I knew he was standing by my bed, holding a mirror up to me and telling me it was my face I saw in the glass. Oh, please, please, tell me it was some terrible trick he played on me. I'm not truly hideous, am I?" "Morbleu," de Grandin muttered softly, tugging at the ends of his moustache. "What is all this?" To the girl he said, "But of course not. You are like a flower, mademoiselle, a little flower that dances in the wind. You—" "And my eyes?" They aren't," she interrupted with piteous eagerness. "Please tell me they aren't." "Mais non, ma chère," he assured her. "Your eyes are like the pervenche that mirrors the sky in springtime. They are—" Let me see in the mirror, please," she interrupted in anxious whisper. "I'd like to see for myself. If you—oh, I feel all weak inside." She lapsed back against the pillow, her lids mercifully veiling the hideously distorted eyes and restoring her face to tranquil beauty. "Cordieu," de Grandin breathed. The chloral reasserted itself none too soon for Jules de Grandin's comfort, friend Trowbridge. "Sooner would I have gone to the rack than have shown that pitiful child her face in a mirror." "But what's it all mean?" I asked. "She says she came here and the rest remains for us to find out, I think," he replied evenly. "Come, we lose time, and to lose time is to be caught, my friend." Section 3. Section 4 of Weird Tales, Jules de Grandin, Volume 2, by Seabury Quinn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of Horror, Part 2. De Grandin led the way down the hall, peering eagerly into each door we passed in search of the owner's chamber, but before his quest was satisfied, he stopped abruptly at the head of the stairs. "Observe, friend Trowbridge," he ordered, pointing a carefully manicured forefinger to a pair of buttons, one white, one black, set in the wall. "Unless I am more mistaken than I think I am, we have here the key to the situation, or at least to the front door." He pushed vigorously at the white button, then ran to the curve of the stairs to note the result. Sure enough, the heavy door swung open on its hinges of cast bronze, letting gusts of rain drive into the lower hall. "Pardieu!" he ejaculated, "we have here the open sesame. Let us see if we possess the closing secret as well. Press the black button, Trowbridge, my friend, while I watch." I did his bidding, and a delighted exclamation told me the door had closed. "Now what?" I asked, joining him on the stairway. He pulled first one, then the other end of his diminutive mustache meditatively. "The house possesses its attractions, friend Trowbridge, but I believe it would be well if we went out to observe what our friend, le vieillard horrible, does. I like not to have one who shows young girls their disfigured faces in mirrors near our conveyance." Slipping into our raincoats, we opened the door, taking care to place a wad of paper on the sill to prevent its closing tightly enough to latch, and scurried out into the storm. As we left the shelter of the porch, a shaft of indistinct light shone through the rain, as my car was swung from the highway and headed toward a depression to the left of the house. "Parbleu! He is the thief, this one!" de Grandin exclaimed excitedly. "Hola, monsieur!" He ran forward, swinging his arms like a pair of semaphores. "What sort of business is it you make with our motor?" The wailing of the storm tore the words from his lips and hurled them away, but the little Frenchman was not to be thwarted. "Parbleu!" he gasped, bending his head against the wind-driven rain. "I will stop the scoundrel, if nom de coq, he has done it." Even as he spoke, the old man flung open the car's forward door and leaped, allowing the machine to go crashing down a low, steep embankment into a lake of slimy swamp mud. For a moment the vandal stood contemplating his work, then burst into a peal of wild laughter more malignant than any profanity. "Parbleu, robber, apache! You shall laugh from the other side of your mouth," de Grandin promised as he made for the old man. But the other seemed oblivious of our presence. Still chuckling at his work, he turned toward the house, stopped short as a sudden heavy gust of wind shook the trees along the roadway, then started forward with a yell of terror as a great branch, torn bodily from a towering oak tree, came crashing toward the earth. He might as well have attempted to dodge a meteorite. Like an arrow from the bow of divine justice, the great timber hurtled down, pinning his frail body to the ground like a worm beneath a laborer's brogan. "Trowbridge, my friend," de Grandin announced matter-of-factly, "observe the evil effects of stealing motor cars." We lifted the heavy bough from the prostrate man and turned him over on his back. De Grandin on one side, I on the other, we made a hasty examination, arriving at the same findings simultaneously. His spinal column was snapped like a pipe stem. "You have some last statement to make, monsieur?" de Grandin asked curtly. "If so, you had best be about it. Your time is short." Yes," the stricken man replied weakly. I meant to kill you, for you might have hit upon my secret. As it is, you may publish it to the world, that all may know what it meant to offend a Marston. In my room you will find the documents. My pets are in the cellar. She was to have been one of them." The pauses between his words became longer and longer. His voice grew weaker with each labored syllable. As he whispered the last sentence painfully, there was a gurgling sound and a tiny stream of blood welled up at the corner of his mouth. His narrow chest rose and fell once with a convulsive movement. Then his jaw dropped limply. He was dead. "Oho!" de Grandin remarked. "It is a hemorrhage which finished him. A broken rib piercing his lung. I should have guessed it. Come, my friend, let us carry him to the house, then see what it was he meant by that talk of documents and pets. A pest upon the fellow for dying with his riddle half explained. Did he not know that Jules de Grandin cannot resist the challenge of a riddle? Parbleu, we will solve this mystery, Monsieur Lamour, if we have to hold an autopsy to do so." "Oh, for heaven's sake, hush, de Grandin," I besought, shocked at his heartlessness. "The man is dead." "Ah, bah!" he returned scornfully. "Dead or not, did he not steal your motor car?" We laid our gruesome burden on the hall couch and mounted the stairs to the second floor. With de Grandin in the lead, we found the dead man's room and began a systematic search for the papers he had mentioned, almost with his last breath. After some time my companion unearthed a thick, leather-bound portfolio from the lower drawer of a beautiful old mahogany highboy, and spread its wide leaves open on the white counterpaned bed. "Ah!" He drew forth several papers and held them to the light. "We begin to make the progress, friend Trowbridge. What is this?" He held out a newspaper clipping, cracked from long folding and yellowed with age. It read, "Actress jilts surgeon's crippled son on eve of wedding," declaring she could not stand the sight of his deformity, and that she had engaged herself to him only in a moment of thoughtless pity. Dora Lee, well-known variety actress, last night repudiated her promise to marry John Beersfield Marston, Jr., hopelessly crippled son of Dr. John Beersfield Marston, the well-known surgeon and expert osteologist. Neither the abandoned bridegroom nor his father could be seen by reporters from the Planet last night. "Very good," de Grandin nodded. "We need go no farther with that account. A young woman, it would seem, once broke her promise to marry a cripple, and judging from this paper's date, that was in 1896. Here's another. What do you make of it?" The clipping he handed me read as follows: "Surgeon's son a suicide. Still sitting in the wheelchair from which he has not moved during his waking hours since he was hopelessly crippled while playing polo in England 10 years ago. John Beersfield Marston, son of the famous surgeon of the same name, was found in his bedroom this morning by his valet. A rubber hose was connected with the gas jet, the other end being held in the young man's mouth. Young Marston was jilted by Dora Lee, well-known vaudeville actress, on the day before the date set for their wedding, 1 month ago. He is reported to have been extremely low-spirited since his desertion by his fiancée. Dr. Marston, the bereaved father, when seen by reporters from the Planet this morning, declared the actress was responsible for his son's death and announced his intention of holding her accountable. When asked if legal proceedings were contemplated, he declined further information. So, de Grandin nodded shortly. Now this one, if you please. The third clipping was brief to the point of curtness. Well-known surgeon retires. Dr. John Beersfield Marston, widely known throughout this section of the county as an expert in operations concerning the bones, has announced his intention of retiring from practice. His house has been sold, and he will move from the city. The record is clear so far, de Grandin asserted, studying the first clipping with raised eyebrows. But morbleu, my friend, look at this picture. This Dora Lee, of whom does she remind you, eh? I took the clipping again and looked intently at the illustration of the article announcing young Marston's broken engagement. The woman in the picture was young and inclined to be overdressed in the voluminous, fluffy mode of the days before the Spanish-American War. No one whom I know, I began, but halted abruptly as a sudden likeness struck me. Despite the towering pompadour arrangement of her blonde hair and the unbecoming straw sailor hat above the coiffure, the woman in the picture bore a certain resemblance to the disfigured girl we had seen a half-hour before. The Frenchman saw recognition dawn in my face, and nodded agreement. "But of course," he said. "Now the question is this young girl whose eyes are so out of alignment a relative of this Dora Lee, or is the resemblance a coincidence? And if so, what lies behind it, hein?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but there must be some connection." "Connection? Of course there is a connection," de Grandin affirmed, rummaging deeper in the portfolio. "Ah, what is this? Nom de nom, friend Trowbridge, I think I smell the daylight. Look." He held a full-page story from one of the sensational New York dailies before him, his eyes glued to the flowing type and crude, coarse-screened half-tones of a dozen young women which composed the article. "What has become of the missing girls?" I read in bold-faced type across the top of the page. "Are sinister, unseen hands reaching out from the darkness to seize our girls from palace and hovel, shop and stage and office?" the article asked rhetorically. "Where are Ellen Munro and Dorothy Sawyer and Phyllis Boucher and 3 other lovely, light-haired girls who have walked into oblivion during the past year?" I read to the end of the sensational account of the girls' disappearances. The cases seemed fairly similar. Each of the vanished young women had failed to return to her home and had never been accounted for in any manner, and in no instance, according to the newspaper, had there been any assignable reason for voluntary departure. Parbleu! But he was stupid, even for a journalist, de Grandin asserted as I completed my inspection of the story. "Why, I wager even my good friend Trowbridge has already noticed one important fact which this writer has treated as though it were as commonplace as the nose on his face." "Sorry to disappoint you, old chap," I answered, "but it looks to me as though the reporter had covered the case from every possible angle." "Ah, so?" he replied sarcastically. "Morbleu, we shall have to consult the occultist in your behalf when we return home, my friend. Look, I beseech you, upon the pictures of these so totally absent and unaccounted for young women, cher ami, and tell me if you do not observe a certain likeness among them, not only a resemblance to each other, but to that of Mademoiselle Lee, who jilted the son of Dr. Marston. Can you see it, now that I have pointed it out?" "No. Why, yes, of course," I responded, running my eye over the pictures accompanying the story. "By the Lord Harry, de Grandin, you're right. You might almost say there is a family resemblance between these girls. You've put your finger on it, I do believe." "Ellis, no," he answered with a shrug. "I have put my finger on nothing as yet, my friend. I reach, I grope, I feel about me like a blind man tormented by a crowd of naughty little boys, but nothing do the poor fingers of my mind encounter. Pah! Jules de Grandin, you are one great fool. Think, think, stupid one." He seated himself on the edge of the bed, cupping his face in his hands and leaning forward till his elbows rested on his knees. Suddenly he sprang erect, one of his elfish smiles passing across his small, regular features. "Nom d'un chat rouge, my friend, I have it, I have it," he announced. The pets that old stealer of motor cars spoke of. They are in the basement. Pardieu, we will see these pets, cher Trowbridge. With our 4 collective eyes we will see them. Did not that so execrable stealer declare she was to have been one of them? Now, in the name of Satan and brimstone, whom could he have meant by she, if not that unfortunate child with eyes like Le Grinning, eh? "Why," I began, but he waved me forward. "Come, come, let us go," he urged. "I am impatient. I am restless. I am not to be restrained. We shall investigate and see for ourselves what sort of pets are kept by one who shows young girls their deformed faces in mirrors, and, parbleu, steals motor cars from my friends." Hurrying down the main stairway, we hunted about for the cellar entrance, finally located the door, and, holding above our heads a pair of candles from the hall, began descending a flight of rickety steps into a pitch-black basement, rock-walled, and, judging by its damp, mouldy odor, unfloored save by the bare, moist earth beneath the house. "Parbleu, the dungeons of the chateau at Carcassonne are more cheerful than this," de Grandin commented as he paused at the stairs' foot, holding his candle aloft to make a better inspection of the dismal place. I suppressed a shudder of mingled chill and apprehension as I stared at the blank stone walls, unpierced by any windows or other openings of any sort, and made ready to retrace my steps. "Nothing here," I announced. "You can see that with half an eye. The place is empty as—" "Perhaps, friend Trowbridge," he agreed, "but Jules de Grandin does not look with half an eye. He uses both eyes, and uses them more than once if his first glance does not prove sufficient. Behold that bit of wood on the earth yonder. What do you make of it?" A piece of flooring, maybe," I hazarded. "Maybe yes, maybe no," he answered. "Let us see." Crossing the cellar, he bent above the planks, then turned to me with a satisfied smile. "Flooring does not ordinarily have ring bolts in it, my friend," he remarked, bending to seize the iron ring which was made fast to the boards by a stout staple. "Ha!" As he heaved upward, the planks came away from the black earth, disclosing a board-lined well about 3 feet square and of uncertain depth. An almost vertical ladder of 2x4 timbers led downward from the trapdoor to the well's impenetrable blackness. "Alloo, we descend," he commented, turning about and setting his foot on the topmost rung of the ladder. "Don't be a fool," I advised. "You don't know what's down there." True. His head was level with the floor as he answered, "But I shall know, with luck, in a few moments. Do you come?" I sighed with vexation as I prepared to follow him. At the ladder's foot he paused, raising his candle and looking about inquiringly. Directly before us was a passageway through the earth, sealed with heavy planks and shored up with timbers like the lateral workings of a primitive mine. "Ah! The plot shows complications," he murmured, stepping briskly into the dark tunnel. "Do you come, friend Trowbridge?" I followed, wondering what manner of thing might be at the end of the black, musty passage, but nothing but fungus-grown timbers and walls of moist, black earth met my questing gaze. De Grandin preceded me by some paces, and I suppose we'd gone 15 feet through the passage when a gasp of mingled surprise and horror from my companion brought me beside him in 2 long strides. Fastened with nails to the timbers at each side of the tunnel were a number of white, glistening objects which, because of their very familiarity, denied their identity to my wondering eyes. There was no mistaking the things. Even a layman could not have failed to recognize them for what they were. I, as a physician, knew them even better. To the right of the passage hung 14 perfectly articulated skeletons of human legs, complete from foot to ilium, gleaming white and ghostly in the flickering light of the candles. "Good heavens!" I exclaimed. "Sang du diable!" Jules de Grandin commented. "Behold what is there, my friend." He pointed to the opposite wall. 14 bony arms, complete from hand to shoulder joint, hung pendulously from the tunnel's upright timbers. "Pardieu," de Grandin muttered. "I have known men who collected stuffed birds and dried insects. I have known those who stored away Egyptian mummies, even the skulls of men long dead, but never before have I seen a collection of arms and legs. Parbleu, he was caduc, mad as a hatter, this one, or I am much mistaken." "So these were his pets?" I answered. "Yes, the man was undoubtedly mad to keep such a collection, and in a place like this." "Poor fellow!" "Nom d'un canon!" de Grandin broke in. "What was that?" From the darkness before us there came a queer, inarticulate sound, such as a man might make attempting to speak with a mouth half filled with food, and, as though the noise had wakened an echo slumbering in the cavern, the sound was repeated, multiplied again and again, till it resembled the babbling of half a dozen overgrown infants, or an equal number of full-grown imbeciles. "Onward!" responding to the challenge of the unknown like a warrior obeying the trumpet's call to charge, de Grandin dashed toward the strange noise, swung about, flashing his candle this side and that. Then, "Nom de Dieu! Nom de Dieu!" he almost shrieked. "Look, friend Trowbridge! Look and say that you see what I see! Or have I too gone mad?" Lined up against the wall was a series of 7 small wooden boxes, each with a door composed of upright slats before it, similar in construction to the coops in which country folk pen brooding hens, and no larger. In each of the hutches huddled an object the like of which I had never before seen, even in the terrors of nightmare. The things had the torsos of human beings, though hideously shrunken from starvation and encrusted with scales of filth. But there all resemblance to mankind ceased. From shoulders and waist there twisted flaccid tentacles of unsupported flesh, the upper ones terminating in flat, paddle-like flippers which had some remote resemblance to hands, the lower ones ending in almost shapeless stubs which resembled feet only in that each had a fringe of 5 shriveled, unsupported protuberances of withered flesh. On scrawny necks were balanced caricatures of faces, flat, noseless, chinless countenances, with horrible crossed or divergent eyes, mouths widened almost beyond resemblance to buccal orifices, and, horror of horrors, elongated, split tongues protruding several inches from the lips, and wagging impotently in vain efforts to form words. "Satan, thou art outdone!" de Grandin cried as he held his candle before a scrap of paper decorating one of the cages after the manner of a sign before an animal's den at the zoo. "Observe," he ordered, pointing a shaking finger at the notice. I looked, then recoiled, sick with horror. The paper bore the picture and name of Ellen Munro, one of the girls mentioned as missing in the newspaper article we had found in the dead man's bedroom. Beneath the photograph was scribbled in an irregular hand, "Paid January 25th, '97. Sick at heart, we walked down the line of pens. Each was labeled with the picture of a young and pretty girl with the notation "Paid," followed by a date. Every girl named as missing in the newspaper was represented in the cages. Last of all, in a coop somewhat smaller than the rest, we found a body more terribly mutilated than any. This was marked with the photograph and name of Dora Lee. Beneath her name was the date of her payment written in bold red figures. "Parbleu, what are we to do, my friend?" de Grandin asked in a hysterical whisper. "We cannot return these poor ones to the world. That would be the worst form of cruelty. Yet I shrink from the act of mercy I know they would ask me to perform if they could speak." "Let's go up," I begged. "We must think this thing over, de Grandin, and if I stay here any longer I shall faint." "Bien," he agreed, and turned to follow me from the cavern of horrors. "It is to consider," he began as we reached the upper hall once more. "If we give those so pitiful ones the stroke of mercy, we are murderers before the law. Yet what service could we render them by bringing them once more into the world? Our choice is a hard one, my friend." I nodded. "Morbleu, but he was clever, that one," the Frenchman continued, half to me, half to himself. "What a surgeon! 14 instances of Wyeth's amputation of the hip, and as many more of the shoulder, and every patient lived to suffer the tortures of that hell-hole down there. But it is marvellous. None but a madman could have done it. Bethink you, friend Trowbridge. Think how the mighty man of medicine brooded over the suicide of his crippled son, meditating hatred and vengeance for the heartless woman who had jilted him. Then snap went his great mentality, and from hating one woman he fell to hating all, to plotting vengeance against the many for the sin of the one. And Cordieu, what a vengeance! How he must have laid his plans to secure his victims! How he must have worked to prepare that hell under the earth to house those poor, broken bodies which were his handiwork! And how he must have drawn upon the great surgical skill which was his, even in his madness, to transform those once lovely ones into the visions of the horror we have just beheld. Horror of horrors! To remove the bones and let the girl still live. He rose, pacing impatiently across the hall. What to do? What to do? He demanded, striking his open hands against his forehead. I followed his nervous steps with my eyes, but my brain was too numbed by the hideous things I had just seen to be able to respond to his question. I looked hopelessly past him at the angle of the wall by the great fireplace, rubbed my eyes and looked again. Slowly but surely, the wall was declining from the perpendicular. "De Grandin," I shouted, glad of some new phenomenon to command my thoughts. "The wall! The wall's leaning." "Eh? The wall?" he queried. "Pardieu, yes. It is the rain. The foundations are undermined. Quick, quick, my friend! To the cellars, or those unfortunate ones are undone." We scrambled down the stairs leading to the basement, but already the earth floor was sopping with water. The well leading to the madman's sub-cellar was more than half full of bubbling earthly ooze. "Mary have pity!" de Grandin exclaimed. "Like rats in a trap, they did die. God rest their tired souls." He shrugged his shoulders as he turned to retrace his steps. "It is better so. Now, friend Trowbridge, do you hasten aloft and bring down that young girl from the room above. We must run for it if we do not wish to be crushed under the falling timbers of this house of abominations." The storm had spent itself, and a red, springtime sun was peeping over the horizon, as de Grandin and I trudged up my front steps with the mutilated girl stumbling wearily between us. "Put her to bed, my excellent one," de Grandin ordered Nora, my housekeeper, who came to meet us enveloped in righteous indignation and an outing flannel nightgown. "Parbleu, she has had many troubles." In the study, a glass of steaming whiskey and hot water in one hand, a vile-smelling French cigarette in the other, he faced me across the desk. "How was it you knew not that house, my friend?" he demanded. I grinned sheepishly. I took the wrong turning at the detour, I explained, and got on the Yerbysville Road. It's just recently been hard-surfaced, and I haven't used it for years because it was always impassable. Thinking we were on the Andover Pike all the while, I never connected the place with the old Olmsted mansion I had seen hundreds of times from the road. Ah, yes, he agreed, nodding thoughtfully. A little turn from the right way, and poof, what a distance we have to retrace. Now about the girl upstairs, I began, but he waved the question aside. The mad one had but begun his devil's work on her, he replied. I, Jules de Grandin, will operate on her eyes and make them as straight as before, nor will they accept 1 penny for my work. Meantime, we must find her kindred and notify them she is safe and in good hands. And now, he handed me his empty tumbler. A little more whiskey, if you please, friend Trowbridge. End of section 4. Section 5 of Weird Tales, Jules de Grandin, Volume 2, by Seabury Quinn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ancient Fires, Part 1. Tiens, friend Trowbridge, this is interesting. Jules de Grandin passed the classified page of the Times across the breakfast table and indicated one of the small advertisements with the polished nail of his well-groomed forefinger. Regard this, Ovie, if you please, and say if I am not the man. Fixing my reading glasses firmly on my nose, I perused the article he pointed out. Wanted. A man of more than ordinary courage to undertake confidential and possibly dangerous mission. Great physical strength not essential, but indomitable bravery and absolute fearlessness in the face of seemingly supernatural manifestations are. This is a remarkable work and will require the services of a remarkable man. A fee up to $10,000 will be paid for the successful prosecution of the case. X.L. Selfridge, Attorney, Jennifer Building. De Grandin's round blue eyes shone with elated anticipation as I put down the paper and regarded him across the cloth. Morbleu, is it not an apple from the tree of divine providence? He demanded, twisting the ends of his diminutive blond mustache ferociously. A remarkable man for a remarkable work, do they say? Cordieu, but Jules de Grandin is that man, nor do I in any wise imply perhaps. You will drive me down to that so generous solicitor, friend Trowbridge, and we shall together collect from him this $10,000, or may I never hear the blackbirds whistle in the trees of St. Cloud again. Sounds like some bootlegger advertising for a first lieutenant, I discouraged, but he would not be gainsaid. We shall most certainly go to see this remarkable lawyer, who offers a remarkable fee to a remarkable man, he insisted, rising and dragging me from the table. Morbleu, my friend, excitement is good, and gold is good too, but gold and excitement together, la, they are a combination worthy of any man's love. Come, we shall go right away, at once, immediately. We went. Half an hour later we were seated across a flat-topped mahogany desk, staring at a thin, undersized little man with an oversized bald head and small, sharp, bird-like black eyes. This seems incredibly good, gentlemen, the little lawyer assured us when he had finished examining the credentials de Grandin showed. I had hoped to get some ex-service man, some youngster who hadn't gotten his fill of adventure in the Great War, perhaps, or possibly some student of psychic phenomena. But, my dear sir, he beamed on my friend, to secure a man of your standing is more than I had dared hope. Indeed, I did not expect such characters existed outside book covers. Parbleu, monsieur, elle vue, de Grandin replied with one of his impish smiles. I have been in what you Americans call some tight places, but never have I been shut up in a book. Now, if you will be so good as to tell us something of this so remarkable mission you wish undertaken." He paused, voice and eyebrows raised interrogatively. "To be sure." The attorney passed a box of cigars across the desk. "You'll probably consider this a silly sort of case for a man of your talents, but, well, to get down to brass tacks, I've a client who wants to sell a house." "Ah," de Grandin murmured noncommittally, "and we are to be indomitably fearless real estate brokers, perhaps?" "Not quite," the lawyer laughed. "Nothing quite as simple as that. You see, Red Gables is one of the finest properties in the entire lake region. It lies in the very heart of the mountains, with a commanding view, contains nearly 3,000 acres of good land, and in fact possesses nearly every requisite of an ideal country estate or a summer hotel or sanitarium. Normally it's worth between $300,000 and $400,000, but unfortunately it possesses one drawback, a drawback which makes its market value practically nil. It's haunted." "Eh, do you say so?" De Grandin sat up very straight in his chair and fixed his unwinking stare on the attorney. "Parbleu, it will be a redoubtable ghost whom Jules de Grandin cannot eject for a fee of 200,000 francs. Say on, my friend, I burn with curiosity." "The house was built some 75 years ago, when that part of New York State was little better than a wilderness," the attorney resumed. "John Aglenbury, son of Sir Rufus Algenbury, and the great-uncle of my client, was the builder. He came to this country under something of a cloud, pretty well estranged from his family, and built that English manor house in the midst of our hills as a refuge from all mankind, it seems. As a young man he'd served with the British Army in India, and got mixed up in a nasty scandal. Went Ghazi, fell in love with a native girl and threatened to marry her. There was a devil of a row. His folks used influence to have him dismissed from the service and cut off his allowance to force him back to England. After that they must have made his life pretty uncomfortable for him, for when he inherited a pile of money from a spinster aunt, he packed up and came to America, building that beautiful house out there in the woods and living like a hermit the rest of his life. The girl's family didn't take matters much easier than Aglenbury's, it seems. Something mysterious happened to her before he left India. I imagine he'd have stayed there in spite of hell and high water if she'd lived. Somehow the Aglenbury fortune petered out. John Aglenbury's younger brothers both came to this country and settled in New York, working at one thing and another till he died. They inherited the property share and share alike under our law, but it never did them any good. Neither of them was ever able to live in it, and they could never sell it. Something, mind you, I'm not saying it was a ghost, but something damned unpleasant, nevertheless, has run off every tenant who's ever attempted to occupy that place. My client is young John Aglenbury, great-nephew of the builder, and last of the family. He hasn't a cent to bless himself with, except the potential value of Red Gables. That's the situation, gentlemen. A young man, heir to a baronetcy, if he wished to go to England to claim it, poorer than a church mouse, with a $500,000 property eating itself up in taxes and no way to convert it into a dime in cash till he can find someone to demonstrate that the place isn't devil-ridden. Do you understand why we're willing to pay a $10,000 fee, contingent on the success of re-establishing Red Gables' good name?" "Tiens, monsieur," de Grandin exclaimed, grinding the fire from his half-smoked cigar, "we do waste the time. I am all impatience to try conclusions with this property-destroying ghost who keeps your so deserving client out of the negotiation of his land and me from a $10,000 fee. Morbleu, this is a case after my own heart. When shall we start for this so charming estate, which is to pay me $10,000 for ridding it of its spectre tenants?" John Aglenbury, chiefly distinguished by a wide, friendly grin, met us at the railway station, which lay some 5 miles from Red Gables, and extended a warm hand-clasp in greeting. "It's mighty good of you gentlemen to come up here and give me a lift," he exclaimed as he shepherded us along the platform and helped stow our traps into the unkept tonneau of a Ford which might have seen better days, though not recently. "Mr. Selfridge phoned me yesterday morning, and I hustled up here to do what I could to make you comfortable. I doubt you'd have been able to get any of the village folks to drive you over to the place. They're as frightened of it as they would be of a mad dog." "But, Monsieur," de Grandin expostulated, "do you mean to say you have been in that house by yourself this morning?" "Uh-huh, and last night too," our host replied. "Came up here on the afternoon train yesterday, and tidied things up a bit." "And you saw nothing, felt nothing, heard nothing?" de Grandin persisted. "Of course not," the young man answered impatiently. "There isn't anything to see or feel, or hear either, if you except the usual noises that go with the country place in the springtime. There's nothing wrong with the property, gentlemen. Just a lot of silly gossip which has made one of the finest potential summer resorts in the country a drug on the market. That's why Mr. Selfridge and I are so anxious to get the statement of gentlemen of your caliber behind us. One word from you will outweigh all the silly talk these yokels can blab in the next 10 years. De Grandin cast me a quick smile. "He acknowledges our importance, my friend," he whispered. "Truly, we shall have to walk fast to live up to such a reputation." Further conversation was cut short by our arrival at the gates of our future home. The elder Aglenbury had spared no expense to reproduce a bit of England in the Adirondacks. Tall posts of stone flanked the high iron gate which pierced the ivy-mantled wall surrounding the park, and a wide gravelled driveway, bordered on each side by a wall of cedars, led to the house, which was a 2-story Tudor structure with shingles of natural red cedar, from which the place derived its name. Inside, the house bore out the promise of its exterior. The hall was wide and stone-paved, wainscoted with panels of walnut and with a beam ceiling of adze-hewn cedar logs and slabs. A fieldstone fireplace, almost as large as the average suburban cottage's garage, pierced the north wall, and the curving stairs were built with wide treads and balustrated with hand-carved walnut. A single oil painting, that of the elder John Aglenbury, relieved the darkness of the wall facing the stairway. "But, monsieur, this is remarkable," de Grandin asserted as he gazed upon the portrait. "From the resemblance you bear your late kinsman you might easily be taken for his son. Yes? Pardieu, were you dressed in the archaic clothes of his period, you might be himself." "I've noticed the resemblance, too," young Aglenbury smiled. "Poor old Uncle John, gloomy-looking cove, wasn't he? Anyone would think all his friends were dead, and he was making plans to visit the village undertaker himself." The Frenchman shook his head reprovingly at the younger man's facetiousness. "Poor gentleman," he murmured. "He had cause to look sad. When you, too, have experienced the sacrifice of love, you may look saddened, my friend." We spent the remainder of the afternoon surveying the house and surrounding grounds. Dinner was cooked on a portable camp outfit over blazing logs in the hall fireplace, and about 9 o'clock all 3 of us mounted the stairs to bed. "Remember," de Grandin warned, "if you hear or see the slightest intimation of anything which is not as it should be, you are to ring the bell beside your bed, my friend. Dr. Trowbridge and I shall sleep like the cat, with one eye open and claws alert." "Not a chance," our host scoffed. "I slept here last night and never saw or heard anything more supernatural than a stray rat, and mighty few of those. I might have slept half an hour or twice that long when a gentle nudge brought me wide awake and sitting bolt upright in bed. Trowbridge, friend Trowbridge, De Grandin's voice came through the darkness from across the room. "Rise and follow. I think I hear Monsieur Aglenbury's alarm bell." I slipped a bathrobe over my pajamas and took the loaded automatic and flashlight from under my pillow. "All right," I whispered. "I'm ready." We stole down the hall toward our host's room, and de Grandin paused beside the door. Clearly we made out the sound of an untroubled sleeper's heavy breathing. "Guess you've been hearing things, de Grandin," I chuckled in a low voice, but he held up one slender hand in warning. "Psst! Be still," he commanded. "Do you not hear it too, my friend? Hark!" I listened with bated breath, but no sound save the occasional ghostly creak of a floorboard came to my ears. Then, faint, so faint it might have been mistaken for the echo of an imagined sound, had it not been for its insistence, I heard the light, far-away sounding tinkle-tinkle of bells. Tink-a-tink, a tink-a-tink, tink-a-tink, a tink-a-tink, they sounded, scarcely louder than the swishing of silk, every third and fifth beat accentuated in an endless circular rhythm. But their music did not emanate from the room beyond the door. Rather, it seemed to me, the tiny, fairy-like ringing came up the stairway from the hall below. My companion seemed struck by the same thought, for he crept past me toward the stairhead, his soft-soled slippers making no more noise against the hardwood floor than the beating of a moth's wing against the night air. Close behind him I slipped, my gun and flashlight held in instant readiness, but at sight of his eager, strained face as he paused at the top of the stair, I forgot my weapons and stole forward to peep over his shoulder. A shutter must have come unfastened at one of the small high windows in the hall, for a patch of dim moonlight, scarcely more than 3 feet in diameter, lay upon the floor directly beneath the portrait of the elder Aglenbury, and against the circle of luminance a thin, almost impalpable wreath of smoke seemed drifting before a draught of air from the fireplace. I looked again. No, it was not smoke. It was something with a defined outline. It was a wisp of muslin, air-light and almost colourless in its sheerness, but cloth nevertheless. And now, as I gazed unbelievingly, something else seemed slowly taking form in the moonlight. A pair of narrow, high-arched feet and tapering, slender ankles, unclothed except for a double loop of bell-studded chains, were mincing and gyrating on flexible toes, while, fainter than the feet, but still perceptible the outline of a body as fair as any that ever swayed to the tempo of music showed against the black background of the darkened hall like a figure dimly suggested in an impressionistic painting. Round and round, in a dazing but incredibly graceful dance, the vision whirled, the hem of the muslin skirt standing outward with the motion of the pirouetting feet, the tiny golden bells on the chain anklets sending out their fairy music. "Morbleu," de Grandin whispered softly to himself. "Do you see it also, friend Trowbridge?" I began in a muted voice, but stopped abruptly, for a puff of passing breeze must have closed the shutter, cutting off the moonbeam as a theatrical spotlight is shut off by a stage electrician. The illusion vanished instantly. There was no elfin, dancing form before the painted likeness of old John Aglenbury, no sound of clinking anklets in the old house. We were just a pair of sleep-dishevelled men in bathrobes and pajamas standing at a stairhead and staring foolishly into the darkness of a deserted hallway. "I thought I saw—" I began again, but again I was interrupted, this time by the unmistakable clatter of the handbell in Aglenbury's room. We raced down the corridor to him and flung open the door. "Monsieur Aglenbury," de Grandin gasped, Did anything come into your room?" "Dr. Trowbridge and I—" The young man sat up in bed, grinning sheepishly at us in the doubled beam of our flashlights. "I must be getting a case of nerves," he confessed. "Never had the jumps like this before. Just a moment ago I fancied I felt something touch my lips. Like the tip of a bat's wing it was, soft as velvet, and so light I could scarcely feel it. But it woke me up, and I grabbed the bell and began ringing like a fool. Funny, too," he glanced toward the window. "It couldn't have been a bat, for I took particular pains to nail mosquito netting over that window this morning. It's torn." Sure enough, the length of strong netting which our host had thoughtfully tacked across the windows of both our rooms and his as a precaution against early spring insects was rent from top to bottom as though by a knife. He muttered. "It might have been a bat at that." "To be sure," de Grandin agreed, nodding so vigorously that he resembled a Chinese mandarin. "It might, as you say, monsieur, have been a bat. But I think you would sleep more safely if you closed the window." Crossing the room, he drew the casement to and shot the forged iron bolt into place. "Bonsoir, my friend." He bowed formally at the doorway. "A good night, and be sure you leave your window closed." "Would you gentlemen like to look at the property down by the lake?" Aglenberry asked as we finished our breakfast of bacon and eggs, coffee and fried potatoes the following morning. "Assuredly," de Grandin replied, as he donned top coat and cap, slipping his ever-ready automatic pistol into his pocket. A soldier's first caution should be to familiarize himself with the terrain over which he is to fight. We marched down a wide, curving drive bordered by pollarded willows, toward the smooth sheet of water flashing in the early morning sunlight. "We have one of the finest stands of native hardwood to be found anywhere in this part of the country," Aglenberry began, waving his stick toward an imposing grove to our right. "Just the timber alone is worth, well, of all the copper-riveted nerve," he broke off angrily, hastening his pace and waving his cane belligerently. "See there? Some fool camper started a fire in those woods. Hi, there you! Hi there! What are you doing?" Hurrying through the trees, we came upon a little clearing where a decrepit, weather-blistered van was drawn up beside a small spring, 2 moth-eaten appearing horses tethered to a nearby tree, and several incredibly dirty children wrestling and fighting on the short grass. A man in greasy corduroys lay full length on the ground, a black slouch hat pulled over his eyes, while another lounged in the doorway of the van. 2 women in faded shawls and headkerchiefs and an amazing amount of pin-check jewelry were busily engaged, one in hewing down underbrush to replenish the campfire, the other stirring some sort of savory mess in a large, smoke-blackened kettle, which swung over the blazing sticks. "What the devil do you mean by building a fire here?" Aglenberry demanded angrily as we came to a halt. "Don't you know you are likely to start a blaze in these woods? Go down to the lake if you want to camp. There's no danger of burning things up there." The women looked at him in sullen silence, their fierce black eyes smoldering angrily under their straight black brows. But the man lying beside the fire was not minded to be hustled from his comfortable couch. "Too much a stone by the lake," he informed Aglenberry lazily, raising the hat from his face, but making no other move toward obeying the summons to quit. "Too much a stone and sand. I like it as the grass to lay on. I stay here, see?" "By George, we'll see about that," replied our irate host. "You'll stay here, will you? Like hell you will." Stepping quickly to the fire, he shouldered the crouching woman out of his path and scattered the blazing sticks from under the kettle with a vigorous kick of his heavy boot, stamping the flame from the brands and kicking earth over the embers. "Stay here, will you?" he repeated. "We'll see about that. Pull your freight, and pull it in a hurry, or I'll have the whole gang of you arrested for trespass." The reclining gypsy leaped to his feet as though propelled by a spring. You tellin' me pull it afraid. You kickin' my fire out. You? Ha, I show you something." His dirty hand flew to the girdle about his greasy trousers, and a knife's evil flash showed in the sunlight. "You think you make it a fool of Nikolai Brondovich. I show you." Slowly, with a rolling tread which reminded me of a tiger preparing to leap, he advanced toward Aglinberry, his little, porcine eyes snapping vindictively, his bushy eyebrows bent into an almost straight line with the ferocity of his scowl. "Eh bien, Monsieur le Bohemien," Jules de Grandin remarked pleasantly, "were I in your shoes, and very dirty shoes they are too, I would consider what I did before I did it." The gypsy turned a murderous scowl on him and stopped short in his tracks, his narrow eyes contracting to mere slits with apprehension. The Frenchman had slipped his pistol from his pocket and was pointing its uncompromising black muzzle straight at the center of the Romany's checked shirt. "Meester," the fellow pleaded, sheathing his knife hurriedly and forcing his swarthy features into the semblance of a smile, "I make it a joke. I not mean to hurt your friend. I poor man, trying to make honest living by selling horses. I not mean to scare your friend. We take it a camp off his land right away." "Pardieu, my friend, I think you will," de Grandin agreed, nodding approvingly. "You will take your so filthy wagon, your horses, your women, and your brats off from this property. You leave at once, immediately, right away." He waved his blue steel pistol with an authoritative gesture. "Come, I have already waited too long. Try not my patience, I beseech you." Muttering imprecations in their unintelligible tongue and showering us with looks as malignant as articulate curses, the gypsies broke camp under our watchful supervision, and we followed them down the grass-grown drive toward the lake front. We watched them off the land, then proceeded with our inspection of the estate. Red Gables was an extensive property, and we spent the better part of the day exploring its farther corners. By nightfall all three of us were glad to smoke a sociable pipe and turn in shortly after dinner. I was lying on my back staring straight upward to the ceiling of our chamber and wondering if the vision of the night before had been some trick of our imaginations, when de Grandin's sharp, strident whisper cut through the darkness and brought me suddenly wide awake. "Trowbridge," he murmured, "I hear a sound. Someone is attempting entrance." I lay breathless a moment, straining my ears for any corroboration of his statement, but only the soughing of the wind through the evergreens outside and the occasional rasp of a bough against the house rewarded my vigil. "Rats," I scoffed. "Who'd try to break into a house with such a reputation as this one's? Why, Mr. Selfridge told us even the tramps avoided the place as if it were a plague spot." Nevertheless, he insisted as he drew on his boots and pulled a top-coat over his pajamas, "I believe we have uninvited guests, and I shall endeavor to mend their manners, if such they be." There was nothing to do but follow him. Downstairs, tiptoe, our flashlights held ready and our pistols prepared for emergency, we stole through the great, dark hall, undid the chain fastener of the heavy front door, and walked softly around the angle of the house. At de Grandin's direction we kept to the shadow of the tall, black-branched pine trees, which grew near the house, watching the moonlit walls of the building for any evidence of a housebreaker. "It is there the young Aglinberry sleeps," de Grandin observed in a low voice as he indicated a partly open casement on the second floor, its small pane shining like an acre in the rays of the full moon. "I observe he has not obeyed our injunctions to close his sash in the night-time. Morbleu, that which we did see last night might have been harmless, my friend, but again, it might have been— Ah, my friend, look, look!" Stealthily, silently as a shadow, a stooped form stole around the corner of the wall, paused huddled in a spot of darkness where the moonbeams failed to reach, then slowly straightened up, crept into the light, and began mounting the rough rubble-stone side of the house, for all the world like some great, uncanny lizard from the pre-Adamite days. Clinging to the protuberances of the rocks with claw-like hands, feeling for toe-holds in the interstices where cement had weathered away, the thing slowly ascended, nearer and yet nearer Aglenberry's unlatched window. "Do-de-do," de Grandin muttered. "If it be a phantom, our friend Aglenberry is in misfortune, for 'twas he himself who left his window unfastened. If it be not a ghost, parbleu, it had better have said its paternosters, for when he puts his head in that window, I fire." I saw the glint of moonlight on the blue steel of his pistol barrel as he trained it on the climbing thing. Inch by inch the creature, man or devil, crept up the wall, reached its talon hands across the stone sill, began drawing itself through the casement. I held my breath, expecting the roar of de Grandin's pistol each second, but a sudden gasp of astonishment beside me drew my attention from the creeping thing to my companion. "Look, friend Trowbridge, regardez, s'il vous plaît," he bade me in a tremulous whisper, nodding speechlessly toward the window into which the marauder was disappearing like a great black serpent into its lair. I turned my gaze toward the window again and blinked my eyes in unbelief. An odd luminescence, as if the moon's rays had been focused by a lens, appeared behind the window opening. It was like a mirror of dull silver, or a light faintly reflected from a distance. Tiny bits of impalpable dust, like filings from a silversmith's rasp, seemed floating in the air, whirling, dancing lightly in the converging moon-rays, circling about each other like dust motes seen in a sun-shaft through a darkened room, driving together, taking form. Literally out of moonlight, a visible, discernible something was being made. Spots of shadow appeared against the phosphorescent gleam. Alternate highlights and shadows became apparent, limiting the outlines of a human face, a slender, oval face with smoothly parted hair sleekly drawn across a high, broad forehead. A face of proud-mouthed, narrow-nosed beauty, such as the highest caste women of the Rajputs have. A moment it seemed suspended there, more like the penumbra of a shadow than an actual entity, then seemed to surge forward, to lose its sharpness of outline, and blend mysteriously with the darkness of the night prowler's form, as though a splash of mercury were suddenly thrown upon a slab of carbon. A moment the illusion of light on darkness held, then a scream of wire-edged terror, mingled with mortal pain, shuddered through the quiet night as a lightning flash rips across a thundercloud. The climber loosed both hands from the window-sill, clawed frantically at the empty air above him, then hurtled like a plummet to the earth, almost at our feet. Our flashlights shot their beams simultaneously on the fallen man's face as we reached his side, revealing the features of Nikolai Brondovich, the gypsy Aglenberry had ordered off the place that morning. But it was a different face from that the Romney had displayed when threatening Aglenberry or attempting to conciliate de Grandin. The eyes were starting from their sockets, the mouth hung open with an imbecile, hang-jawed flaccidity, and on the gypsy's lean, corded throat was a knotted swelling, as though a powerful clamp had seized and crushed the flesh together, shutting off breath and blood in a single mighty grasp. Both de Grandin and I recognized the thing before us for what it was. Trust a physician to recognize it. Death is unique, and nothing in the world counterfeits it. The scoundrel had died before his body touched the ground. "Nom de nom," de Grandin murmured wonderingly. "And did you also see it, friend Trowbridge?" "I saw something," I answered, shuddering at the recollection. "And what did you see?" His words came quickly like an eager lawyer cross-examining a reluctant witness. It looked like a woman's face," I faltered, "but nom de nom, yes," he agreed. almost hysterically. "A woman's face, a face with no body beneath it. Parbleu, my friend, I think this adventure is worthy of our steel. Come, let us see the young Aglenbury." We hurried into the house and up the stairs, hammering on our host's door, calling his name in frenzied shouts. "Eh, what's up?" his cheery voice responded, and next moment he unfastened the door and looked at us, a sleepy grin mantling his youthful face. "What's the idea of you chaps breaking a fellow's door down at this time o' night?" he wanted to know. "Having bad dreams?" "Mon monsieur," de Grandin stammered, his customary aplomb deserting him. "Do you mean, have you been sleeping?" "Sleeping?" the other echoed. "What do you think I went to bed for? What's the matter? Have you caught the family ghost?" He grinned at us again. "And you have heard nothing, seen nothing? You do not know an entrance to your room was almost forced?" de Grandin asked incredulously. "An entrance to my room?" The other frowned in annoyance, looking quizzically from one of us to the other. "Say, you gentlemen had better go back to bed. I don't know whether I'm lacking in a sense of humor or what my trouble is, but I don't quite get the joke of waking a man up in the middle of the night to tell him that sort of cock and bull story." "Nom du chafleur!" de Grandin looked at me and shook his head wonderingly. "He has slept through it all, friend Trowbridge." Aglenbury bristled with anger. "What are you fellows trying to do, string me?" he demanded hotly. "Your hat, your coat, your boots, monsieur," de Grandin exclaimed in reply. "Come outside with us. Come and see the vile wretch who would have slaughtered you like a pig in the shambles. Come and behold, and we shall tell you how he died." End of section 5. Section 6 of Weird Tales, Jules de Grandin, Volume 2, by Seabury Quinn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ancient Fires, Part 2. By mutual consent, we decided to withhold certain details of the gypsy's death from the coroner's jury next day, and a verdict to the effect that the miscreant had come to his death while attempting to break and enter the dwelling-house of one John Aglenbury in the night-time, forcibly, feloniously, and against the form of the statute in such case made and provided, was duly returned. The gypsy was buried in the potter's field, and we returned to our vigil in the haunted house. Aglenbury was almost offensively incredulous concerning the manner of the gypsy's death. "Nonsense!" he exclaimed, when we insisted we had seen a mysterious, faintly luminous face at the window before the would-be housebreaker hurtled to his death. "You fellers are so fed up on ghost lore that you've let this place's reputation make you see things which aren't there." "Monsieur," de Grandin assured him with injured dignity, "it is that you speak out of the conceit of boundless ignorance. When you have seen half, pardieu, 1/4 or 1/8 of the things I have seen, you will learn not to sneer at whatever you fail to understand. As that so magnificent Monsieur Shakespeare did say, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy." "Probably," our host interrupted, smothering a yawn, "but I am content to let him stay there. Meantime, I'm going to bed. Good night." And up the stairs he marched, leaving us to share the warmth of the crackling pitch-pine fire. De Grandin shook his head pityingly after the retreating youngster. "He is the perfect type of that Monsieur Babbitt," he confided. "Worldly, materialistic, entirely devoid of imagination. Parbleu, we have them in France too. Did they not make mock of Pasteur Legrand when he announced his discoveries to a skeptical world? Most assuredly. Like the poor, the materialist we have always with us. Ha! What is that? Do you hear it, Trowbridge, my friend?" Faintly, so faintly it was like the half-echo of an echo. The fine, musical jangle of tiny bells wafted to us through the still, cold air of the dark old house. "In there. 'Twas in the library it sounded," the Frenchman insisted in an excited whisper as he leaped to his feet and strode across the hall. "Your light, friend Trowbridge. Quick, your light." I threw the beam of my electric torch about the high-walled, sombre old reading-room, but nothing more ghostly than the tall walnut bookcases, empty of books and laden only with dust these many years, met our eyes. Still the soft, alluring chime sounded somewhere in the shadows, vague and indefinite as the cobwebbed darkness about us, but insistent as a trumpet call heard across uncounted miles of night. "Morbleu! But this is strange," de Grandin asserted, circling the room with quick, nervous steps. "Trowbridge, Trowbridge, my friend, as we live, those bells are calling us, calling Cordu! There they are!" He halted before a carved panel under one of the old bookcases, and was on his hands and knees examining each figure of the conventionalized flowers and fruits which adorned its surface. With quick questing fingers he felt the carvings like a cracksman feeling out the combination of a safe. "Nom d'un fromage, I have it!" he called in lilting triumph as he bore suddenly down upon a bunch of carved grapes, and the panel swung suddenly inward upon invisible hinges. "Trowbridge, mon ami, regardez-vous!" Peering into the shallow opening left by the heavy carved plank, we beheld a package carefully wrapped in linen, dust-covered and yellowed with age. "Candles, if you please, friend Trowbridge," de Grandin commanded, as he bore our find in triumph to the hall. "We shall see what secret of the years these bells have led us to." He sank into his armchair and began unwinding the linen bands. "Ah, and what is this?" He unreeled the last of the bandages and displayed a small roll of red morocco leather, a compact little case such as an elder generation of men carried with them for supplying needles, buttons, thread, and other aids to the womanless traveller. Inside the wallet was a length of tough, age-tanned parchment, and attached to it by a loop of silk was a single tiny hawk-bill of gold, scarcely larger than a bead, but capable of giving off a clear, penetrating tinkle as the parchment shook in de Grandin's impatient hands. I looked over his shoulder in fascinated interest, but drew back with disappointment as I saw the vellum was covered with closely written scrawls, somewhat resembling shorthand. De Grandin regarded the writing a moment, then tapped his even white teeth with a meditative forefinger. "This will require much study, friend Trowbridge," he murmured. "Many languages have I studied, and my brain is like a room where many people speak together. Out of the babel I can distinguish but few words unless I bear my attention on some one talk. This," he tapped the crinkling parchment, "is Hindustani, if I mistake not, but to translate it will require more time than these candles will burn. Nevertheless, we shall try." He hurried to our bedroom, returning in a moment with a pad of paper and a fresh supply of candles. "I shall work here for a time," he announced, reseating himself before the fire. "It will be long before I am prepared for bed, and it may be well for you to seek repose. I shall make but poor company these next few hours." I accepted the dismissal with an answering grin, and, taking my candle, mounted the stairs to bed. "Eh bien, my friend, you do sleep like the dead, the righteous dead who have no fear of purgatory." De Grandin's voice roused me the following morning. The bright spring sunshine was beating into our chamber through the open casement, and a puff of keen breeze fluttered the trailing bedclothes, but my friend's face rivaled the brilliance of the breaking day. "Triomphe!" he exclaimed, brandishing a sheaf of papers above his blond head. "It is finished, it is complete, it is done altogether entirely. Attend me, my friend, listen with care, for you are not like to hear such a tale soon again. Lord of my life and master of my heart, this day is the fulfillment of the fate overhanging the wretched woman who has unworthily been honored by your regard. For this night I was bidden by my father to choose whether I would be married by the priest to the god Kandoka, and become a temple Bayadir, and my lord well knows what the life of such a one is, or go to the shrine of Okmar, god of destruction, to become Kurban. I have chosen to make the leap, my lord, for there is no other way for Amari. We have sinned, thou against thy people and I against mine, in that we did dare defy Varna and love, when such a love is forbidden between the races. Varna forbids it, the commands of thy people and mine forbid it, and yet we loved. Now our brief dream of Kailas is broken as the mists of morning break and fly before the scarlet lances of the sun, and thou returnest to thy people. Amari goes to her fate. By the leap, I assure my sinful spirit a resting place in Kailas, for to the Kurban all sins are forgiven, even unto that of taking the life of a Brahmin, or giving herself in love to one of another race. But she who retreats from the leap commits a sin with each step, so great that 1,000 reincarnations cannot atone for it. In this life the walls of Varna stand between us, but perchance there may come a life when Amari inhabits the body of a woman of the Sahi's race, or my lord and master may be clothed in the flesh of one of Amari's people. These things it is not given Amari to know, but this she knows full well. Throughout the 7 cycles of time, which shall endure through all the world, and through all eternity, when worlds and the gods themselves shall have shuddered into dust, Amari's heart is ever and always inclined to the Sahib, and the walls of death or the force of life shall not keep her from him. Farewell, master of Amari's breath. Perchance we shall meet again upon some other star, and our waking spirits may remember the dream of this unhappy life. But ever and always Amari loves thee, Sahib John. Yes, I asked as he finished reading. And then? Parbleu, my friend, there was no then, he answered. Listen, you do not know India. I do. In that so depraved country they do consider that the woman who goes to the bloody shrine of the god Omkar and hurls herself down from a cliff upon his bloody altar attains to sainthood. It was that which this poor one meant when she did speak of the leap in her farewell note to her white lover. Kurban is the word in their so detestable language for human sacrifice, and when she speaks of attaining Kailas, she refers to their heathenish word for heaven. When she says Varna stood between them, she did mean caste. Cordu, you English, you Americans, always you drive yourselves crazy with thoughts of what should and what should not be done. Nam d'un quoi? Why did not this Monsieur Aglenberry the elder take this Hindu woman to wife, if he loved her, and thumb his nose at her brown-skinned relatives and his fair-eyed English kin as well? 'Tis what a Frenchman would have done in like case. But no, he must needs allow the woman he loved to hurl herself over a cliff for the edification of a crowd of monkey-faced heathen who are undoubtedly stewing in hell at this moment, while he ran overseas to America and built him a mansion in the wilderness. A mansion, pardieu! A mansion without the light of love in its rooms, or the footfalls of little children on its floors. Nom de Dieu, de nom de Dieu! A mansion of melancholy memories it is. Abbas, such people! They deserve la prohibition, nothing better. He walked back and forth across the room in a fury of disgust, snapping his fingers and scowling ferociously. All right, I agreed, laughing in spite of myself. We'll grant all you say, but where does that get us as regards Red Gables? If the ghost of this Hindu girl haunts this house, how are we going to lay it? How should I know? He returned peevishly. If the ancient fires of this dead woman's love burn on the cold hearth of this sacred house, who am I to put them out? Oh, it is too pitiful, that such a love as theirs should have been sacrificed on the altar of Varna, caste. Hello, hello up there, came a cheery hail from the hall down below. You chaps up yet? Breakfast is ready, and we've got callers. Come down." "Breakfast," de Grandin snorted disgustedly. "He talks of breakfast in a house where the ghost of murdered love dwells." "But," he returned an impish grin on me, "I hope he has compounded some of those so delicious flapjacks for us, even so. Dr. de Grandin, this is Dr. Wiltshire," Aglenbury introduced as we descended to the hall. "Dr. Crowbridge, Dr. Wiltshire. Wiltshire is superintendent of a sanitarium for the feeble-minded over there." He waved his arm in a vague gesture, and when he heard Dr. de Grandin was in the neighborhood, he came over for a consultation. It seems— Oh, you tell him your troubles, Wiltshire." Dr. Wiltshire was a pleasant-looking young man with a slightly bald head and large-lensed, horn-rimmed spectacles. He smiled agreeably as he hastened to comply with Aglenbury's suggestion. "Fact is, Doctor," he began as de Grandin piled his plate high with flapjacks, "we've got a damn peculiar case over at Thornwood. It is a young girl who's been in our charge for the past 12 years, ever since she was 10 years old. The poor child suffered a terrible fright when she was about 6, according to the history we have of her case. Horses of the carriage in which she and her mother were riding ran away, threw 'em both out, killed the mother, and, well, when they picked the youngster up, she was just one of God's little ones. No more reason than a 2 months-old baby. Her family's rich enough, but she has no near relatives, so she's been in our care at Thornwood, as I said, for the past 12 years. She's always been good as gold, scarcely any trouble at all, sitting on the bed or the floor and playing with her fingers or toes like an infant, most of the time. But lately she's been acting up like the devil. Fact. Tried to brain the nurse with a cup 3 nights ago, and made a break at one of the matrons yesterday morning. From a simple, sweet-tempered little idiot, she's turned into a regular hellcat. Now, if she'd been suffering from ordinary dementia, I'd—" very good, my friend," de Grandin replied as he handed his plate to Aglenbury for further replenishment. "I shall be delighted to look at your patient this morning. Parbleu, a madhouse will be a pleasant contrast to this never-enough-to-be-execrated place." "He likes my house," Aglenbury commented to Dr. Wiltshire with a sardonic grin as we rose and prepared to go to the sanitarium. Thornwood Sanitarium was a beautiful, remodeled private country home, and differed in no wise from the nearby estates except that the park about the house was enclosed in a high stone wall topped with a chevaux de frise of barbed wire. "How's Marianne? Miss Underwood?" Wiltshire asked as we entered the spacious central hall and paused at the door of the executive office. "Worse, Doctor," replied the competent-looking young woman in nurse's uniform at the desk. "I've sent Mattingly up to her twice this morning, but the dosage has to be increased each time, and the medicine doesn't seem to hold as well." Wiltshire muttered noncommittally, then turned to us with an anxious look. "Will you come to see the patient, gentlemen? You too, Aglenbury, if you wish. I imagine this will be a new experience for you." Upstairs we peered through the small aperture in the door barring the demented girl's room. If we had not been warned of her condition, I might easily have taken the young woman asleep on the neat, white cot for a person in perfect health. There was neither the emaciation nor the obesity commonly seen in cases of dementia, no drawing of the face, not even a flaccidity of the mouth as the girl lay asleep. Her abundant dark hair had been clipped short as a discouragement to the vermin which seemed naturally to gravitate to the insane in spite of their keeper's greatest care, and she was clothed in a simple muslin nightdress, cut modestly at the neck and without sleeves. One cheek, pale from confinement, but otherwise flawless, lay pillowed on her bent arm, and it seemed to me the poor girl smiled in her sleep with the wistfulness of a tired and not entirely happy child. Long, curling lashes fringed the ivory lids which veiled her eyes, and the curving brows above them were as delicately penciled and sharply defined as though drawn on her white skin with a camel's hair brush. "Le pauvre enfant," de Grandin murmured compassionately, and at the sound of his voice the girl awoke. Gone instantly was the reposeful beauty from her face. Her lips stretched into a square, like the mouth of one of those old Greek tragic masks. Her large brown eyes glared fiercely, and from her gaping red mouth issued such a torrent of abuse as might have brought a blush to the face of the foulest fishwife in Billingsgate. Wiltsey's face showed a dull flush as he turned to us. "I'm dashed if I can understand it," he admitted. "She goes on this way for hours on end, now." "Eh, is it so?" de Grandin responded. "And what, may I ask, have you been doing for this condition? It appears more like delirium than like dementia, my friend." "Well, we've been administering small doses of brandy and strychnine, but they don't seem to have the desired effect, and the doses have to be increased constantly." "Ah!" De Grandin's smile was slightly satirical. "And has it never occurred to you to employ hypnotics?" "Hyoscine, by example?" "By George, it didn't," Wiltsey confessed. "Of course hyoscine would act as a cerebral sedative, but we'd never thought of using it." "Very well. I suggest you employ your hypodermic injection of hydrogen hypobromide." De Grandin dismissed the case with an indifferent shrug of his shoulders, but Aglenberry, moved by that curiosity which is akin to fascination felt by the normal person regarding the insane, looked past him at the raving girl inside the cell. An instant change came over her. From a cursing, blaspheming maniac, the girl became a quiet, sorrowful-looking child, and on her suddenly calm face was such a look of longing as I have seen children undergo strict diet give some particularly toothsome and forbidden dainty. Young Aglenberry suppressed a shudder with difficulty. "Poor child," he muttered, "poor, poor little girl, to be so lovely and so hopeless." "Oui, monsieur," de Grandin agreed moodily as we went down the stairs. "You do well to pity her, for the intelligence, the very soul of her, has been dead these many years. Only her body remains alive, and petit Dieu, what a life it is! Ah, if only some means could be found to graft the healthy intelligence animating a sick body into that so healthy body of hers, what an economy!" He lapsed into moody silence, which remained unbroken during our drive back to Red Gables. The sun had gone down in a blaze of red against the western sky, and the pale new moon was swimming easily through a tumbling surf of a bank of foaming cirrus clouds, when the deep-throated, bellying bay of a hound came echoing to us from the grounds outside the old house. "Grand Dieu!" de Grandin leaped nervously from his chair. "What is that? Do they hunt in this country while the mating season is but blossoming into flower among the wild things?" "No, they don't," Aglenberry answered testily. "Someone has let his dogs out on my land. Come on, let's chase 'em off. I won't have 'em poaching on the game here like that." We trailed out of the hall and walked quickly toward the sound of the baying, which rose fuller and fuller from the region of the lake. As we neared the dogs, the sound of human voices became audible. "That you, Mr. Aglenberry?" a man called, and the flash of an electric torch showed briefly among the new leaf thickets by the waterfront. "Yes," our host answered shortly. "Who the devil are you, and what are you doing here?" "We're from Thornwood, sir," the man answered, and we saw the gleam of his white hospital uniform under his dark topcoat. "The crazy girl, Mary Ann, got away about an hour ago, and we're trailing her with the hounds. She went completely off her head after you left this morning, and fought so they couldn't give her the hypo without strapping her. After the injection she quieted down, but when the matron went to her room with dinner she suddenly woke up, threw the woman against the wall so hard she almost cracked her ribs, and got clean away. She can't have gotten far, though, running over this broken country in her bare feet." "Oh, hell!" Aglenberry stormed, striking a bush beside the path a vicious slash with his stick. "It's bad enough to have my place overrun with gypsies and gossiped about by all the country yaps in the county, but when lunatics get to making a hang out of it, it's too much. Hope you find her," he flung back over his shoulder as he turned toward the house. "And for the Lord's sake, if you do get her, keep her at Thornwood. I don't want her chasing all over this place." "Monsieur," de Grandin began, but Aglenberry cut him short. "Yes, I know what you'll say," he broke in. "You want to tell me a ghost woman will protect me from the lunatics, just as she did from the gypsy, don't you?" "No, my friend," de Grandin began with surprising mildness. "I do not think you need protection from the poor mad one, but—" He broke off with his sentence half-spoken as he stared intently at an object hurrying toward us across a small clearing. "Good God!" Aglenberry exclaimed. "It's she, the crazy girl!" Seemingly god-mad himself, he rushed toward the white-robed figure in the clearing, brandishing his heavy stick. "I'll handle her," he called back. "I don't care how violent she is, I'll handle her." In another moment he was halfway across the cleared space, his thick walking-stick poised for a blow which would render the maniac unconscious. Any medical student with the most elementary knowledge of insanity could have told him a lunatic is not to be cowed by violence. As though the oaken cudgel had been a wisp of straw, the maniac rushed toward him, then stopped a scant dozen feet away and held out her tapering arms. "John," she called softly, a puzzling, exotic thickness in her pronunciation. "John, Sahib, it is I." Aglenberry's face was like that of a man suddenly roused from sound slumber. Astonishment, incredulity, joy like that of a culprit reprieved as the hangman knots the noose about his neck, shone on his features. The threatening club fell with a soft thud to the turf, and he gathered the mad woman's slender body to his breast, covering her upturned face with kisses. "Amari, my Amari! Amari, my beloved!" he crooned in a soft, sobbing voice. "Oh, my love, my precious, precious love! I have found you! I have found you at last!" The girl laughed lightly, and in her laughter there was no hint or taint of madness. "Not Amari, Marianne in this life, John," she told him, "but yours, John Sahib, whether we stand beside the Ganges or the Hudson, beloved through all the ages." "Ah, got her, sir." The hospital attendants, a pair of bloodhounds tugging at the leash before them, broke through the thicket at the clearing's farther side. "That's right, sir. Hold her tight till we slip the straitjacket on her." Aglenberry thrust the girl behind him and faced the men. "You can't have her," he announced, uncompromisingly. "She's mine." "What?" the attendant stammered, then turned toward the underbrush and called to some invisible companion. "Hey, Bill, come here. There's two of 'em." "You can't have her," Aglenberry repeated as two more attendants reinforced the first pair. "She's going to stay with me, always." "Now, look here, sir," the leader of the party argued. "That girl's a dangerous lunatic. She nearly killed a matron this evening, and she's been regularly committed to Thornwood Sanitarium. We've tracked her here, and we're going to take her back." "Over the dead corpse of Jules de Grandin," the Frenchman interrupted as he pressed forward. "Parbleu! I am in authority here. I shall be responsible for her conduct." The man hesitated a moment, then shrugged his shoulders. "It's your funeral if anything happens on account of this," he warned. "Tomorrow Dr. Wiltsey will start legal proceedings to get her back. You can't win." "Ha! Can I not?" The little Frenchman's teeth gleamed in the moonlight. "My friend, you do not know Jules de Grandin. There is no lunacy commission in the world to which I cannot prove her sanity. I do pronounce her cured, and the opinion of Jules de Grandin of the Sorbonne is not to be lightly sneezed upon, I do assure you." To Aglenberry he said, "Pick her up, my friend. Pick her up and bear her to the house, lest the stones bruise her tender feet. Dr. Trowbridge and I will follow and protect you." Parbleu! He glared defiantly about him. "Me, I say nothing shall separate you again. Lead on." "For heaven's sake, de Grandin," I besought as we followed Aglenbury and the girl toward the house, "what does this all mean?" "Morbleu," he nodded solemnly at me, "it means we have won $10,000, friend Trowbridge. No more will the ghost of that so pitiful Hindu woman haunt this house. We have earned our fee. Yes, but—" I pointed mutely toward our host as he strode through the moonlight with the girl in his arms. "Ah, that!" He laughed a silent, contented laugh. "That, my friend, is a demonstration that the ancient fires of love die not, no matter how much we heap them with the ashes of hate and death. The soul of Amari, the sacrificed Hindu girl, has come to rest in the body of the lunatic, Mary Ann, just as the soul of John Aglenbury the elder was reborn into the body of his namesake and double, John Aglenbury the younger. Did not the deceased Indian girl promise that she would some day come back for her forbidden lover in another shape? Parbleu, but she has fulfilled her vow. Always have the other members of Aglenbury's family been unable to live in this house, because they were of the clan who had helped separate the elder lovers. Now, this young man, knowing nothing of his uncle's intimate affairs, but bearing in his veins the blood of the elder Aglenbury, and on his face the likeness of the uncle too, must have borne within his breast the soul of the disappointed man who ate out his heart in sorrow and loneliness in this house which he had builded in the American woods. The spirit of Amari, the Hindu, who has kept safe the house from alien blood and from the members of her soul-mate's family who would have robbed him of his inheritance, did find near at hand the healthy body of a lunatic, whose soul, or intelligence, if you please, had long since sped and entered thereinto to dwell on earth again. Did you not see sanity and longing looking out of her eyes when she beheld him in the madhouse this morning, my friend? Sanity! But yes, it was recognition, I tell you. Her violence? 'Twas but the clean spirit of the woman fighting for mastery of a body long untenanted by an intelligence. Were you to attempt to play a long disused musical instrument, Trowbridge, my friend, you could make but poor work of it at first, but eventually you would be able to produce harmony. So it was in this case. The spirit sought to use a long disused brain, and at first the music she could make was nothing but noise. Now, however, she has secured mastery of her instrument, and henceforth the body of Mary Ann will function as that of a healthy, sane woman. I, Jules de Grandin, will demonstrate her sanity to the world, and you, my friend, shall help me. Together we shall win. Together we shall make certain that these lovers, thwarted in one life, shall complete this cycle in happiness. Eh bien, he twisted the ends of his blond mustache and set his hat at a rakish angle on the side of his head. It is possible that somewhere in space there waits for me the spirit of a woman whom I have loved and lost in another life. I wonder, when she comes, if I, like the lucky young Aglenbury yonder, shall wake and remember and understand. End of section 6. Section 7 of Weird Tales, Jules de Grandin, Volume 2, by Seabury Quinn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Great God Pan, Part 1. But of course, my friend, Jules de Grandin conceded as he hitched his pack higher on his shoulders and leaned forward against the grade of the wooded hill, I grant you, American roads are better than those of France. But look to what inconvenience these same good roads put us. Everything in America is arranged for the convenience of the motorist, the man who covers great distances swiftly. Your roads are the direct result of motorized transportation for the million, and consequently, you and I must tramp half the night and very likely sleep under the stars, because there is no inn to offer shelter. Now in France, where roads were laid out for stagecoaches hundreds of years before your Monsieur Ford was dreamed of, there is an abundance of resting places for the pedestrian. Here he spread his hands in an eloquent gesture of deprecation. "Oh well," I comforted, "we started out on a hiking trip, you know, and we've had mighty fine weather so far. A night in the open won't do us any harm. That cleared place at the top of the hill looks like a good spot to make camp." Yes, I suppose so," he acquiesced as he breasted the crown of the hill and paused for breath. "Parbleu!" He gazed about him. "I fear we trespass, friend Trowbridge. This is no natural glade. It has been cleared for human habitation. Behold!" He waved his arm in a commanding gesture. "By George, you're right," I agreed in disappointment as I surveyed the clearing. The trees, beech, birch, and poplar, had been cut away for the space of an acre or more, and the stumps removed, the cleared land afterward being sown with grass as smooth and well cared for as a private estate's lawn. 20 yards ahead a path of flat, smooth stones was laid in the sod, running from a dense thicket of dwarf pine and rhododendron across the sward to a clump of tall, symmetrical cedars standing almost in the center of the clearing. Through the dark, bearded boughs of the evergreens we caught the fitful gleam of lights as the soft summer evening breeze swayed the branches. "Too bad," I murmured. "Guess we'll have to push on a little farther for our bivouac." "Mille conscience, non," de Grandin denied. "Not I. Parbleu, but my feet faint from exhaustion, and my knees cry out for the caress of Mother Earth with a piety they have not known these many years. Come, let us go to the proprietor of that mansion and say, 'Monsieur, here are 2 worthy gentlemen tramps who crave the boon of a night's lodging and a meal, also a bath and a cup of wine, if that so entirely detestable Monsieur Volstead has allowed you to retain any.' He will not refuse us, my friend. Morbleu, a man with the charity of a Senegalese idol would not turn us away in the circumstances. I shall ask him with tears in my voice. Pardieu, I shall weep like a lady in the cinema. I shall wring my hands and entreat him. Never fear, my friend, we shall lodge in yonder house this night, or Jules de Grandin goes supperless to a bed of pine needles." "Humph, I hope your optimism is justified," I grunted as I followed him across the close-cropped lawn to the stone path and marched toward the lights in the cedars. We had progressed 100 feet or so along the path when a sudden squealing cry, followed by a crashing in the thicket at the clearing edge, stopped us in our tracks. Something fluttering and white, gleaming like a ghost in the faint starlight, broke through the bushes, and a soft slapping noise, as though someone were beating his hands lightly and quickly together, sounded as the figure approached us. "Oh, sirs, run, run for your lives! It's Pan!" the girl called in a frightened voice as she came abreast of us. "Run, run if you want to live! He's there, I tell you! I saw his face among the leaves!" One of de Grandin's small, slender hands rose with an involuntary gesture to stroke his little blonde mustache as he surveyed our admonisher. She was tall and built with a stately, statuesque beauty, which was doubly enhanced by the simple white linen garment which fell in straight lines from her lovely bare shoulders to her round, bare ankles. The robe was bound about the waist with a corded girdle, which crossed above her breast, and was entirely sleeveless, though cut rather high at the neck, exposing only a few inches of white throat. Her feet, narrow and high-arched, and almost as white as the linen of her robe, were innocent of any covering, and I realized that the slapping sound I had heard was the impact of her bare soles on the stones of the path as she ran. "Tiens, mademoiselle," de Grandin declared with a bow, "you are as lovely as Pallas Athena herself. Who is it has dared frighten you? Cordieu, I shall do myself the honor of twisting his unmannerly nose." "No, no, the girl besought in a trembling voice. "Do not go back, sir, please. I tell you, Pan, the great god Pan himself, is in those bushes. I went to bathe in the fountain a few minutes ago, and as I came from the water, I saw his face grinning at me between the rhododendron bushes. It was only for a second, and I was so frightened I did not look again. But, oh, let us go to the house. Hurry, hurry, or we may see him in good earnest." And she broke off with a shudder and turned from us, walking hurriedly, but with consummate grace, toward the knot of cedars before us. "Sacré nom," de Grandin murmured as he fell in behind her. "Is it that we have arrived at a home for the feeble-minded, friend Trowbridge, or is this beautiful one a goddess from the days of old? Nom d'une coque, she speaks the English like an American, but her costume, her so divine beauty, they are things of the days when Pygmalion hewed living flesh from out the lifeless marble." The murmur of feminine voices singing softly in unison came to us as we made our way through the row of cedar trees and approached the house. The building was almost square, as well as we could determine in the uncertain light, constructed of some sort of white or light-colored stone, and fronted by a wide portico, with tall pillars topped with Doric capitals. The girl ran lightly up the 3 wide steps leading to the porch, her bare feet making no sound on the stone treads, and we followed her, wondering what sort of folk dwelled in this bit of classic Greece seemingly dropped from some other star in the midst of the New Jersey woods. "Morbleu!" de Grandin exclaimed softly in wonderment as we paused at the wide doorless entrance. Inside the house, or temple, was a large apartment, almost 50 feet square, paved with alternate slabs of white and green stone. In the center stood a square column of black stone, some 3 feet in height, topped by an urn of some semi-transparent substance in which a light glowed dimly. The place was illuminated by a series of flaring torches hung in rings let into the walls, their uncertain, flickering light showing us a circle of 10 young women, dressed in the same simple classic costume as that worn by the girl we had met outside, kneeling about the central urn, their faces bowed modestly toward the floor, wide arms raised above their heads, hands bent in toward the center of the room. As we stood at gaze, the girl who had preceded us hurried soundlessly across the checkered pavement and sank to her knees, inclining her shapely head and raising her arms in the same position of mute adoration assumed by the others. "Name of a sacred pig," de Grandin whispered. "We have here the votaries, but the Hierophant, where is he?" "There, I think," I answered, nodding toward the lighted urn in the pavement's center. "Parbleu, yes," my companion assented, "and a worthy one for such a class, n'est-ce pas?" Standing beside the central altar, if such it could be called, was a short, pudgy little man, clothed in a short chiton of purple cloth bordered about the neck, sleeves, and bottom with a zigzag design of gold braid. His bald head, gleaming in the torchlight, was crowned with a wreath of wild laurel, and a garland of roses hung about his fat, creased neck like an overgrown Hawaiian lei. Clasped in the crook of his left elbow was a zither, or some similar musical instrument, while a little stick, ending in a series of curved teeth, something like the fingers of a Japanese back-scratcher, was clasped in his dimpled right hand. "Come, my children," the comic little man exclaimed in a soft, unctuous voice, "let us to our evening worship. Beauty is love, love is beauty. That is all ye know and all ye need to know. Come, Chloe, Thespa, Daphne, Clytie, let us see how well you know the devotion of beauty." He waved his stick like a monarch gesturing with his scepter, and drew its claw-tipped end across the strings of his zither, striking a chord, whereat the kneeling girls began singing, or rather humming, a lilting, swinging tune vaguely reminiscent of Mendelssohn's Spring Song, and 4 of their number leaped nimbly to their feet, ran lightly to the center of the room, joined hands in a circle, and began a dance of light, lithe grace. Faster and faster their white feet whirled in the convolutions of the dance, their graceful arms weaving patterns of living beauty as they swung in time to the measures of the song. They formed momentary tableaux of sculptural loveliness, only to break apart instantly into quadruple examples of individual posturing, such as would have set an artist mad with delight. The music ceased on a long-drawn quavering note. The four dancers ran quickly back to their positions in the circle, and dropped again to their knees, extending their arms above their heads, and bending their supple hands inward. "It is well," the fat little man pronounced oracularly. "The day is done. Let us to our rest." The girls rose with a subdued rustling of white garments and separated into whispering, laughing groups, while the little man posed more pompously than ever beside the lighted urn. "Tiens, friend Trowbridge," de Grandin whispered with a chuckle, "do you behold how this Bantam would make a peacock of himself? He is vain, this one. Surely we shall spend the night here. Monsieur," he emerged from the shadow of the doorway and advanced toward the absurd figure posturing beside the urn, "we are two weary travelers, lost in the midst of these woods, without the faintest notion of the direction of the nearest inn. Will you not, of your so splendid generosity, permit that we spend the night beneath your roof?" "Eh? What's that?" the other exclaimed with a start as he beheld the little Frenchman for the first time. "What do you want?" "Spend the night here? No, I can't have that. Get my school talked about? Couldn't possibly have it. Never have any men in this place." "Ah, but monsieur," de Grandin replied smoothly, "you do forget that you are already here. If it were but a question of having male guests at this so wonderful school of the arts, is not the reputation of the establishment already ruined? Surely, a gentleman with so much of the appeal to beauty as monsieur unquestionably possesses would cause much gossip if he were not so well known for his discretion. And, monsieur's discretion being already so firmly established, who would dare accuse him of anything save great-heartedness if he did permit two wanderers, and medical men in the bargain, to remain overnight in his house? Permit me, monsieur. I am Dr. Jules de Grandin of the Sorbonne, and this is Dr. Samuel Trowbridge of Harrisonburg, New Jersey, both entirely at your good service, monsieur." The little fellow's fat face creased in a network of wrinkles as he regarded de Grandin with a self-satisfied smirk. "Ah, you appreciate the pure beauty of our school," he remarked with almost pathetic eagerness. "I am Professor Judson, Professor Herman Judson, sir, of the School of the Worship of Beauty. These, young ladies whom you have seen here tonight are a few of my pupils. We believe that the old ideals, the old thought of ancient Greece is a living, motivating thing today, just as it was in centuries gone by. We assert, sir, that the religion of beauty which actuated the Greeks is still a living, vital thing. We believe that the old gods are not dead, but come to those who woo them with the ancient rite of song and the dance. In fine, sir, we are pagans, apostles of the religion of neo-paganism." He drew himself up to his full height, which could not have exceeded 5 feet 6 inches, and glared defiantly at de Grandin, as though expecting a shocked protest at his announcement. The Frenchman's smile became wider and blander than ever. "Capital, monsieur," he congratulated. "Any one with the eye of a blind man could see that you are the very personality to head such an incontestably sensible school of thought. The expertness with which your pupils perform their dances shows that they have a teacher worthy of all your claims. We do felicitate you most heartily, monsieur. Meantime," he slipped the pack from his shoulders and lowered it to the pavement, "you will undoubtedly permit that we shall pass the night here? No? Well, the professor's doubt gave way slowly. You seem to be more appreciative than the average modern barbarian. Yes, you may remain here overnight, but you must be off in the morning. Early in the morning, mind you. Never do to have the neighbors seeing strange men coming from this place. Understand? Perfectly, monsieur, de Grandin answered with a bow. And if we might make so bold, may we trespass on your hospitality for a bite, the merest morsel of food? Pay for it? The other demanded dubiously. But assuredly, de Grandin replied, producing a roll of bills. It would cause us the greatest anguish, I do assure you, if it were ever said that we accepted the hospitality of the great Professor Herman Judson without making adequate return. Very well, the professor assented, and hurried through a door at the farther end of the apartment, returning in a few minutes with a tray of cold roast veal, warm ripe apples, a loaf of white bread, and a jug of more than legally strong sour wine. "Ah," de Grandin boasted as he washed down a sandwich with a draught of the acid liquor, "did I not tell you we should spend the night here, friend Trowbridge?" "You certainly made good your promise," I agreed, as I shoved the remains of my meal from me, undid my pack, and prepared to pillow my head on my rolled-up jacket. "See you in the morning, old fellow." "Very good," he agreed. "Meantime, I go out of doors to smoke a last cigarette before I join you in sleep." End of section 7. Section 8 of Weird Tales, Jules de Grandin, Volume 2, by Seabury Quinn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Great God Pan, Part 2. I might have slept an hour, perhaps a little more, when a sharp, insistent poke in my ribs woke me sufficiently to understand the words whispered fiercely in my ear. "Trowbridge, Trowbridge, my friend." Jules de Grandin breathed so low I could scarcely make out the syllables. "This house is not all as it should be, I fear me." "Eh? What's that?" I demanded sleepily, sitting up and blinking half comprehendingly at his dim outline in the semi-darkness of the big room. "Shh! Not so loud," he cautioned, then leaned nearer, speaking rapidly. "Do you know from whence your English word panic comes, my friend?" "What?" I demanded in disgust. "Did you wake me up to discuss etymology? After a day's hiking? Good Lord, man!" "Be still," he ordered sharply. Then, inconsistently, "Answer me, if you please. Whence comes that word?" "Hanged if I know," I replied, "and I'm hanged if I care a whoop, either. It can come from the Cannibal Islands, for all I—" "Quiet," he commanded, then hurried on. "In the old days when such things were, my friend, Pan, the god of nature, was very real to the people. They believed firmly that whoso saw Pan after nightfall, that one died instantly. Therefore, when a person is seized with a blind, unreasoning fear, even to this day, we say he has a panic. Of what consequence is this? Remember, my friend, the young lady whom we did meet as we approached this house told us she had seen Pan's face grinning at her from out of the bushes as she bathed. Is it not so?" "I guess so," I answered, putting my head back on my improvised pillow and preparing to sleep while he talked. But he shook my shoulder with a sharp, imperative gesture. "Listen, my friend," he besought. "When I did go out of doors to smoke my cigarette, I met one of those beautiful young women who frequent this temple of the new heathenism, and engaged her in conversation. From her I learned much, and some of it sounds not good to my ears. For instance, I learned that this Professor Herman Judson is a much misunderstood man. Oh, but yes, the lawyers, they have misunderstood him many times. Once they misunderstand him so that he was placed in the state's prison for deceiving gullible women with fortune-telling tricks. Again he was misunderstood, so that he went to the Bastille for attempting to secure some money which a certain deceased lady's heirs believed should have gone to them, which did go to them eventually. "Well, what of it?" I growled. "That's no affair of ours. We're not a committee on morals of dancing masters, are we?" "Eh, are we not so?" he replied. "I am not entirely sure of that, my friend. I fear we, too, are about to misunderstand this Professor Judson. Some other things I find out from that young lady with the Irish nose and the Greek costume. This professor, he has founded this school of dancing and paganism, taking for his pupils only young women who have no parents or other near relations, but much money. He is not minded to be misunderstood by heirs at law again. What think you of that, Ein?" "I think he's got more sense than we gave him credit for," I replied. "Undoubtedly," he agreed, "very much more. For also, I discovered that Monsieur le Professeur has had his school regularly incorporated, and has secured from each of his pupils a last will and testament in which she does leave the bulk of her estate to the corporation." "Well," I challenged, giving up hope of getting any sleep till he had talked himself out, "what of it? The man may be sincere in his attempt to found some sort of aesthetic cult, and he'll need money for the project." "True, quite true," he conceded, nodding his head like a China mandarin. "But attend me, friend Trowbridge. While we walked beneath the stars, I did make an occasion to take that young lady's hand in mine, and—" "You old rake," I cut in, grinning, but he shut me off with a snort of impatience. "And that was but a ruse to feel her pulse," he continued. "Parbleu, my friend, her heart did race like the engine of a motor. Not with emotion for me, never think it, for I did talk to her like a father or an uncle, well, perhaps more like a cousin, but because it is of an abnormal quickness. Had I a stethoscope with me, I could have told more, but as it is, I would wager $100 that she suffers a chronic myocarditis, and the prognosis of that ailment is always grave, my friend. Think you a moment, what would happen if that young girl with the defective heart should see what she took to be the face of the great god Pan peering at her from the leaves, as the lady we first saw declared she did? Remember, these children believe in the deities of old, my friend." By George, I sat bolt upright. "Do you mean—" "You don't mean that." "No, my friend, as yet I mean nothing," he replied evenly, "but it would be well if we emulated the cat and slept with one eye and both ears open this night. Perhaps," he shrugged his shoulders impatiently, "who knows what we may see in this house where the dead gods are worshipped with song and the dance? A marble pavement is a poor substitute for a bed, even when the sleeper is thoroughly fatigued from a long day's tramp, and I slept fitfully, troubled by all manner of unpleasant dreams. The forms of lithe, classical draped young girls dancing about a fire-grilled urn alternated with visions of goat-legged grinning satyrs in my sleep as I rolled from side to side on my hard bed, but the sudden peal of devilish laughter, quavering sardonically, almost like the bleating of a goat, was the figment of no dream. I sat suddenly up, wide awake, as a feminine scream, keen-edged with the terror of death, rent the tomb-like stillness of the early morning, and 10 white-draped forms came rushing in the disorder of abject fright into the room about us. Torches were being lighted, one from another, and we beheld the girls, their tresses unloosed from the classic fillets which customarily bound them, their robes hastily adjusted, huddled fearfully in a circle about the glowing urn, while outside, in the moonless night, the echo of that fearful scream seemed wandering blindly among the evergreens. "Professor! Professor!" one of the girls cried, wringing her hands in an agony of apprehension. "Professor, where are you? Chloe's missing, Professor." "Eh, what is it that you say?" de Grandin demanded, springing up and gazing questioningly about him. "What is this? One of your number missing? And the Professor too? Parbleu, me, I shall investigate this. Do you attend the young ladies, friend Trowbridge. I, Jules de Grandin, shall try conclusions with whatever god or devil accosts the missing one. Wait a minute, I cautioned. The Professor will be here in a moment. You can't go out there now. You haven't any gun." "Ah, have I not?" he replied sarcastically, drawing the heavy blue steel pistol from his jacket pocket. "Friend Trowbridge, there are entirely too many people of ill repute who desire nothing more than the death of Jules de Grandin to make it safe for me to be without a weapon at any time. Me, I go to investigate." "Never mind, sir." The smooth, oily voice of Professor Judson sounded from the door at the rear of the room as he marched with short-legged dignity toward the altar. "Everything is all right, I assure you. My children," he turned to the frightened girls, "Chloe has been frightened at the thought of Pan's presence. It is true that the great God of all nature hovers ever near his worshippers, especially at the dark of the moon, but there is nothing to fear. Chloe will soon be all right. Meantime, let us propitiate Pan by prayer and sacrifice. Thetis, bring hither a goat." He turned his small, deep-set eyes on the young girl we had met as we entered the grounds, and waved a pudgy hand commandingly. The girl went white to the lips, but with a submissive bow she hurried from the room, returning in a moment leading a half-grown black goat by a string, a long sharp butcher knife and a wide, shallow dish under her free arm. She led the animal to the altar where the Professor stood, gave the leading string into his hand, and presented the sacrificial knife, then knelt before him, holding the dish beneath the terrified goat's head, ready to catch the blood when the Professor should have cut the creature's throat. It was as if some heady, madness-compelling fume had suddenly wafted into the room. For a single breathless moment the other girls looked at their preceptor and his kneeling acolyte with a gaze of fear and disgust, their tender feminine instincts rebelling at the thought of the warm blood soon to flow. Then, as a progressive, contagious shudder seemed to run through them, one after another, they leaped wildly upward with frantic, frenzied bounds as though the stones beneath their naked feet were suddenly turned white-hot, beating their hands together, waving their arms convulsively above their heads, bending forward till their long, unbound hair cascaded before their faces and swept the floor at their feet, then leaping upward again with rolling, staring eyes and wantonly waving arms. With a maniac shriek, one of them seized the bodice of her robe and rent it asunder, exposing her breasts. Another tore her gown from hem to hips in half a dozen places, so that streamers of tattered linen draped like ribbons about her rounded limbs as she sprang and crouched and sprang again in the abandon of her voluptuous dance. And all the while, as madness seemed to feed on madness, growing wilder and more depraved each instant, they chanted in a shrill, hysterical chorus, "Upon thy worshippers now gaze, Pan, Pan, Io Pan. To thee be sacrifice and praise, Pan, Pan, Io Pan. Give us the boon of the seeing eye, that we may behold ere yet we die, the ecstasies of thy mystery, Pan, Pan, Pan." Repeated insistently, with maniacal fervor, the name Pan beat against the air like the rhythm of a tom-tom. Its shouted repetition seemed to catch the tempo of my heartbeats. Despite myself, I felt an urging, strong as an addict's craving for his drug, to join in the lunatic dance, to leap and shout and tear the cumbering clothing from my body as I did so. The Professor changed his grip from the goat's tether to its hind legs. He swung the bleeding animal shoulder high, so that as it held its head back its throat curved above the dish held by the girl, who twitched her shoulders and swayed her body jerkily in time to the pagan hymn as she knelt at his feet. O Pan, great goat god, personification of all nature's forces, immortal symbol of the ecstasy of passion, to thee we make the sacrifice, to thee we spill the blood of this victim, the professor cried, his eyes gleaming brilliantly in the reflection of the torches and the altar fire. Behold, goat of thy worshippers' flock, we— Zut! Enough of this. Cordieu, too much. De Grandin's furious voice cut through the clamor as a fire bell stills the noise of street traffic. Hold your hand, accursed of heaven, or by the head of Saint Denis, I scatter your brains in yonder dish. His heavy pistol pointed unwaveringly at the professor's bald head, till the terrified man unloosed his hold upon the squirming goat. To your rooms, my little ones, de Grandin commanded, his round blazing eyes traveling from one trembling girl to another. Be not deceived, God is not mocked. Evil communications corrupt good manners. Parbleu, monsieur, I do refer to you and no one else. He glowered at the professor. And you, mademoiselle, he called to the kneeling girl, do you put down that dish and have nothing to do with this sacrifice of blood. Do as I say. I, Jules de Grandin, command it. Now, monsieur le professeur, he waved his pistol to enforce his order, do you come with me and explore these grounds. If we find your great god Pan, I shall shoot his evil eyes out from his so hideous head. If we do not find him, morbleu, it were better for you that we find him, I damn think. Get out of my house. Professor Judson's mantle of culture ripped away, revealing the coarse fiber beneath it. I'll not have any damn Frenchman coming round here and— Softly, monsieur, softly. You will please remember there are ladies present, de Grandin admonished, motioning toward the door with his pistol. Will you come with me, or must I so dispose of you that you cannot run away until I return? I could most easily shoot through one of your fat legs. Professor Judson left the altar of Pan and accompanied de Grandin into the night. I do not know what took place out under the stars, but when the Frenchman returned some 10 minutes later, he carried the inert form of the 11th young woman in his arms, and the professor was not with him. Quickly, friend Trowbridge, he commanded as he laid the girl on the pavement. Give me some of the wine left from our supper. It will help this poor one, I think. Meantime, he swung his fierce, unwinking gaze about the clustering circle of girls. Do you young ladies assume garments more fitted for this day and age, and prepare to evacuate this house of hell in the morning. Dr. Trowbridge and I shall remain here until the day, and tomorrow we notify the police that this place is permanently closed forever. It was a grim, hard task we had bringing the unconscious girl out of her swoon, but patience and the indomitable determination of Jules de Grandin finally induced a return of consciousness. Oh, I saw Pan. Pan looked at me from the leaves. The poor child sobbed hysterically as she opened her eyes. Non, ma chère, de Grandin assured her. 'Twas but a papier-mâché mask which the so odious one placed in the branches of the bush to terrify you. Behold, I will bring it to you, that you may touch it, and know it for the harmless thing it is. He darted to the doorway of the temple, returning instantly with the hideous mask of a long, leering face, grinning mouth stretched from pointed ear to pointed ear, short horns rising from the temples, and upward slanting eyes glaring in fiendish malignancy. It is ugly, I grant you, he admitted, flinging the thing upon the pavement and grinding it beneath his heavily booted heel. But see, the foot of one who fears them not is mightier than all the gods of heathendom. Is it not so? The girl smiled faintly and nodded. De Grandin was out of the house at sun-up, and returned before 9 o'clock with a fleet of motor cars, hastily commandeered from a roadhouse garage which he discovered a couple of miles down the road. Remember, mesdemoiselles, he admonished as the car swung away from the portico of the temple with the erstwhile pupils of the school of neo-paganism. "Those wills and testaments, they must be revoked forthwith. The detestable one, he has the present copies, but any will which you wish to make will revoke those he holds. Leave your money to found a vocal school for Thomas cats, or for a gymnasium for teaching young frogs to leap, but bequeath it to some other cause than this temple of false gods, I do implore you." "Ready, sport?" the driver of the car reserved for us demanded, lighting a cigarette and flipping the match toward the temple steps with a disdainful gesture. "In one moment, my excellent one," de Grandin answered as he turned from me and hurried into the house. "Await me, friend Trowbridge," he called over his shoulder. "I have an important mission to perform." "What the dickens did you run back into that place for when the chauffeur was all ready to drive us away?" I demanded as we bowled over the smooth road toward the railway station. He turned his unwinking cat stare on me a moment. Then his little blue eyes sparkled with a gleam of elfin laughter. "Pardieu, my friend," he chuckled, "that Professor Judson. I found a trunk full of his clothes in the room he occupied, and paused to burn them all. Death of my life, I did rout him from the premises in that Greek costume he wore last night, and when he returns he will find naught but glowing embers of his modern garments. What a figure he will cut, walking into a haberdasher's clothed like Monsieur Nero, and asking for a suit of clothes. La la! Could we but take a motion picture of him, our eternal fortunes would be made." End of Section 8. Section 9 of Weird Tales, Jules de Grandin, Volume 2, by Seabury Quinn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Grinning Mummy, Part 1. "Is that you, de Grandin?" I called, as the front door's slam was followed by the sound of quick footsteps on the polished boards of the hall floor. "No," an irate voice responded, as my friend, Professor Frank Butterbaugh, strode into my study. "'Pologize for comin' in without knockin', Trowbridge," he offered in excuse, "but I'm too confounded mad to pay attention to the amenities right now. Look at this, will you? Look at this damn impertinent," he broke off, choking with choler, and gave the paper another bellicose flourish. "Of all the unqualified, unmitigated—" "What is it?" I queried, reaching for the offending document. "What is it?" he echoed. "It's an outrage, a disgraceful outrage, that's what it is. Listen to this." Snatching at the wide black ribbon looped about his neck, he dragged a pair of gold and tortoiseshell pince-nez from the pocket of his white waistcoat, thrust them on his high-bridged nose with a savage, chopping motion, and read in a voice crackling with indignation: "Dear Frank Butterbaugh, The Beeches, Harrisonville, New Jersey. Dear Dr. Butterbaugh, the tombstone you ordered for your lot in Rosedale Cemetery has been prepared in accordance with your directions, and is now ready for delivery. We shall be obliged if you will indicate when you will meet our representative at the cemetery and direct where you wish the monument placed. In accordance with your order, the stone has been inscribed: Dr. Francis Butterbaugh, August 23, 1852, October 18, 1926. Cave Iram Deorum. Very truly yours, El Grace Monument Works. "Well," I began, but he shouted me down. "Well, the devil," he rasped. "It isn't well. I got that note in today's afternoon delivery, and came into town hot foot to give the El Grace people boiling hell for writing me such balderdash. Found they'd shut up shop for the day, so got John Elgrace on the phone at his house and made the wires sizzle with the dressing down I gave him, and he had the brass-bound, copper-riveted gall to tell me he'd acted on my orders. My orders, d'ye understand? Claimed to have my written authority for preparing a monument for my family plot, and—" "And he didn't?" I cut in incredulously. You mean this letter is the first inkling you had of a tombstone?" "Sulphur and brimstone, yes," the professor yelled. "D'you think I wouldn't have remembered if I'd ordered a headstone for my own grave? That's what it amounts to, for my name's on the thing. And what the triple-horned devil would I have had today's date cut on it for? Today's October 18th, in case you've forgotten it. And why in the blazing Tophet should I have anything as silly as Caverum Deorum on my tombstone, even if I had a rush of bone to the head and ordered the damn thing?" "Wait a moment, Professor," I asked. "I'm a little rusty on my Latin. Caverum Deorum, let's see what that means." "It means, beware the wrath of the gods, if that's what you're after," he shot back. "But that's of no importance. What I'd like to know is who the devil dared order a tombstone in my name." "Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. Perhaps it is that someone makes le mauvaise plaisanterie. How do you say it? The practical joke? Upon you." Jules de Grandin, very debonair in faultless dinner clothes, a white gardenia in his lapel and a slender ebony walking-stick in his hand, stood smiling at us from the study doorway. "Trowbridge, mon cher," he turned to me. "I did let myself in without knocking, in order to save the excellent Nora the trouble of opening the door, and I could not well escape overhearing this gentleman's extraordinary statement. Will you not tell me more, monsieur?" He regarded the professor with his round, childishly wide blue eyes. "More? More?" Professor Butterbaugh barked. "That's all there is. There isn't any more. Some fool with a perverted sense of humor has forged my name to an order for a tombstone. By Set and Ahriman, I'll be hanged if the El Grace people get a red-headed cent out of me for it. Let 'em find out who ordered it and charge it to him. Pardon, monsieur, I did hear you refer to the malignant deities of Egypt and Persia. Is it that you—" "Oh, excuse me," I broke in, coming to a tardy recognition of my social obligations. "Professor Butterbaugh, this is Dr. Jules de Grandin of the University of Paris. Dr. de Grandin, this is Professor Frank Butterbaugh, who headed—" "Parbleu, yes," de Grandin interrupted, crossing the room hurriedly and seizing Butterbaugh's hand in both of his. "No need for further introductions, friend Trowbridge. Who has not heard of that peerless savant, that archaeologist second only to the great Bussard? The very great honour is entirely mine, monsieur." Professor Butterbaugh grinned a trifle sheepishly at the Frenchman's enthusiastic greeting, fidgeted with the Monument Company's letter and his glasses a moment, then reached for his hat and gloves. "Must be movin'," he ejaculated in his queer, disjointed way. "Got to get home before Alice gives me double-jointed fits. Keepin' dinner waitin', you know. Glad to have met you." He held out his hand almost diffidently to de Grandin. "Mighty glad. Hope you and Trowbridge can come over tomorrow. Got an unusual sort of mummy I'm figuring on starting to unwrap tonight. Like to have you medics there when I expose the body." "Ah," de Grandin assented, helping himself to a cigarette. "This mummy, then. It is different?" "You bet it is," Butterbaugh assured him colloquially. "Don't believe there's another like it in the country. I've only seen one other of the kind. The one supposed to be Ra Nefer in the British Museum, you know. It has no funerary statue, just linen and bitumen molded to conform to the body's contours. Had the devil's own time getting it out of Egypt, too. Arabs went on strike half a dozen times while we were digging. Egyptian government tried to collar the body, and to top the whole business, a gang of swell-headed young Copts sent me a batch of black hand letters, threatening all sorts of penalties unless I returned the thing to its tomb. Catch me giving up a relic literally worth its weight in gold to a crew of half-baked Johnnies like that." "But, monsieur le professeur," de Grandin urged, his diminutive blonde moustache bristling with excitement, "this letter, this tombstone order, it may have some relation." "Not a chance," Butterbaugh scoffed. Egypt's halfway around the world from here, and I've no more chance of running foul of those chaps in this town than I have of being bitten by a crocodile. But," his lips tightened stubbornly, and a faint flush deepened the sun-tanned hue of his face, "but if all the Egyptian secret societies from Giza to Beni Hassan were camped on my front lawn, I'd start unwrapping that mummy tonight. Yes, by jingo, and finish the job too, no matter how much they howled." He glowered at us a moment as though he expected us to forbid him, jammed his knockabout hat over his ears, slapped his thigh pugnaciously with his motoring gloves, and strode from the study, his back as stiffly straight as though a ramrod had been thrust down the collar of his Norfolk jacket. "Something terrible has happened." "Eh? What's that?" I muttered stupidly into the transmitter of my bedside telephone, still too immersed in sleep to understand the import of the message coming over the wire. "This is Alice Butterbaugh, Dr. Trowbridge," the fluttering voice repeated. "Alice Butterbaugh, Professor Butterbaugh's niece. Something dreadful has happened. Uncle Frank's dead." "Dead?" I echoed, swinging my feet to the floor. "Why, he was over to my house this evening, and—" "Yes, I know," she interrupted. "He told me he stopped to show you that mysterious letter he got from the El Grace Company. He was well enough then, Doctor, but I think he was murdered." "Can you come right over?" "Of course," I promised, hanging up the receiver and hustling into my clothes. "De Grandin," I called, opening his door on my way to the bathroom to wash the lingering sleep from my eyes with a dash of cold water. "De Grandin, Professor Butterbaugh is dead. Murdered, his niece thinks." "Militonnaires!" The Frenchman was out of his bed like a jack-in-the-box popping from its case. "The half of 1 little minute, friend Trowbridge." His silk pajamas were torn from his slender white body, and he struggled furiously into a white crepe union suit. "Do you but wait until I have applied the water to my face, the brush to my hair, and the wax to my moustache. Nom de cochon, where is that wax?" He had drawn on socks, trousers, and boots as he talked, and was already before the washstand, a bath sponge dripping with cold water in one hand, a face towel in the other. "Fly, my friend, hasten to the telephone and advise the good Sergeant Costello what has occurred," he admonished. "I would that he meets us at the Professor's house. Pardieu, if some scoundrel has taken the life of that so great scholar, I, Jules de Grandin, will track him down and deliver him to justice, yes, though he take refuge beneath the throne of Satan himself." 10 minutes later we were riding furiously toward the sinking moon over the smooth macadam road which led to the beaches. Her pretty yellow hair in attractive disorder, an orchid negligee drawn over her filmy night-dress, and French-heeled satin mules of the same color on her little white feet. Alice Butterbaugh met us in the wide reception hall of the Beeches, a very much frightened and entirely inarticulate butler at her elbow. "Oh, Dr. Trowbridge," she sobbed, seizing my arm in both her small hands, "I'm so glad you got here. She started back, folding the negligee across her diaphanous night-robe as she became aware of de Grandin's presence. "This is Dr. Jules de Grandin, my dear," I introduced. "He is a member of the faculty of the University of Paris, and has been stopping with me for a while. He will be of great assistance in case it develops your uncle met with foul play." "How do you do, Dr. de Grandin?" Alice acknowledged, extending her hand. "I'm sure you will be able to help us in our trouble." "Mademoiselle," de Grandin bowed his sleek blonde head as he pressed his lips to her fingers, "commandez-moi, suis prêt." "And now," his air of gallantry fell from him like a cloak as he straightened his shoulders, "will you be good enough to take us to the scene and tell us all?" "I'd gone to bed," the girl began, as she led the way toward her uncle's library. "Uncle Frank was terribly excited all afternoon after he received that letter, and when he came back from Harrisonville he was still boiling inwardly. I could hardly get him to eat any dinner. Just as soon as dinner was over, he went to the library, where he has been keeping the latest addition to his collection of mummies, and told me he was going to begin unpacking it. I went to bed about 11:30 and called good night to him through the library door as I passed. I went to sleep almost immediately, but something, I don't know what, but I'm sure it was not noise of any kind, woke me up a few minutes after 2. I lay there trying to get back to sleep until nearly 3, then decided to go to the bathroom for a bromide tablet. As I walked down the passage, I noticed a light shining out of the library door into the lower hall, so I knew the door must be open. Uncle never left the door unclosed when he was working, for he hated to have the servants look in at him, and they would stand in the passage and stare if they thought he was doing anything with his mummies. It seemed to fascinate them. Knowing Uncle's habits, I thought he had gone to bed without shutting off the light, and I went down to turn it out. When I got here I found—" She paused beside the door with averted eyes and motioned toward the room beyond. Professor Butterbaugh lay on his back, staring with sightless dead eyes at the glowing globes of the electric chandelier, his body straight and stiff, legs extended, arms laying at his sides, as though he had fallen backward from an upright position and remained immovable since his fall. Despite the post-mortem flaccidity of his features, his countenance retained something of the expression it must have worn when death touched him, and, gazing at his face, it seemed to me he looked more startled than frightened or angry. Nowhere was there evidence of any sort of struggle. Not so much as a paper was disturbed on the big flat-top desk beside which the dead scientist lay, and the only witness testifying to tragedy was the still, inert remnant of what had been one of the world's foremost Egyptologists some 3 or 4 hours before. "Beg pardon, Miss Alice." The pale-faced manservant, trousers and coat pulled over his night-clothes, tiptoed toward the professor's niece. "There's a gentleman outside, a Sergeant Costello, from the police department." "The police?" The girl's pallid face went paler still. What are the police doing here? Who told them?" I don't know, miss," the serving man stammered. "I did notify the good sergeant, mademoiselle," de Grandin announced, looking up from beside the professor's body. "Send him to me at once, immediately, right away," he ordered the butler, and walked quickly to the door to greet the burly, red-headed Irishman. "Hola, my friend," he called as the detective crossed the hall. "We have here a wicked business to investigate. Some miscreant has struck down your famous fellow townsman from the back, and—" "From the back, is it?" Costello replied, looking meditatively at Butterbaugh's supine form. "And how do you make that out, Dr. de Grandin? Seems to me there are no marks of violence on the body at all, and the poor gentleman died from natural causes." "Apoplexy, it was, belike. He was a peppery-tempered old divil, God rest his soul." "Apoplexy, yes," de Grandin agreed with a mirthless smile, "since apoplexy is only a general name for the condition more definitely called cerebral hemorrhage. Behold the cause of this apoplexy, my friend." Stooping, he raised the professor's head, pointing to the occipital region. Against the dead man's smoothly brushed iron-gray hair lay a stain of blood, scarcely larger than a 25-cent piece, and so meagre in its moisture that the Turkish rug on which the head had rested showed hardly any discoloration. Parting the hair, de Grandin showed a small, smooth-edged wound, about the caliber of an ordinary lead pencil, a bit of whitish substance welling up to the very edge of the opening, and all but stopping any blood flow from inside the head. "Gun?" Costello bent to examine the puncture. "I do not think so," the Frenchman replied. "Had a shot been fired from a pistol at close range or a rifle from a distance, the bullet would probably have gone out of the head. Yet there is only one wound here. Had a firearm of lower power unable to drive the missile through the head, been used, the bone would have shattered at the point of entrance, yet here we have a clean-cut wound. No, my friend, this injury is the result of some hand weapon. Besides, Mademoiselle Butterbaugh was in the house, as were also the servants, yet none recalls having heard a shot fired. Mademoiselle, he rose from his examination of the body, you did mention that your uncle was unwrapping a certain mummy tonight. This mummy, where is it, if you please? I don't know, the girl faltered. I thought it was in here, but it is not, de Grandin supplied dryly. Come, Miss Amie, let us search for this missing cadaver. There are times when the dead can tell us more than the living. We crossed the library, passed between a pair of heavy brocade curtains, and entered a smaller room walled with smooth plaster, its only furniture being a series of glass cases containing small specimens of Egyptiana, and a rank of upright mummy cases standing straight and sentinel-like against the farther wall. "Howly mither!" Costello exclaimed, his native brogue cutting through his acquired American accent, as he pointed one hand toward one of the mummy cases, signing himself piously with the cross with the other. The center figure in the rank of mummies stood in a case somewhat taller than its fellows, and, unlike the others, was not hidden from view by a coffin lid, for the cover from its case had fallen to the floor, disclosing the mummy to our gaze. The body had been almost entirely denuded of its bandages, the face, arms, and lower portion of the legs having been freed, so that, had it been a living man instead of a corpse, neither walking nor the use of the arms would have been impeded by the linen bands which remained in place. This much I saw at a glance, but the cause of Costello's outcry was not plain until I had looked a second time. Then I added my amazed gasp to the big Irishman's exclamation, for in the right hand of the dead thing was firmly grasped a rod of polished wood, tipped by a hawk's head executed in metal, the bird's beak being some 3 inches in length, curved and sharp as the hooked needles used by upholsterers to sew heavy fabrics. Upon the metal point of the beak was a faintly perceptible smear of blood, and a drop of the grisly liquid had fallen to the floor, making a tiny, dark red stain at the mummy's desiccated feet. And on the mummy's face, drawn by the embalming process into a sort of sardonic grin, was another reddish smear, as though the dead thing had bent its lips to the wound inflicted by the instrument clutched in its dead hand. Pardieu, friend Trowbridge, I think we need look no farther for the weapon which took Monsieur Butterbaugh's life, de Grandin commented, twisting the end of his mustache with a nervous gesture. Was this the mummy the professor was working on? Costello demanded, turning to the butler, who had followed us to the door of the specimen room. "Oh, my God!" the servant exclaimed with a shudder as he beheld the armed and sneering cadaver standing in its case, one mummified foot slightly advanced, as though the thing were about to step into the room in search of fresh victims. "Never mind the bawlin'," Costello ordered. "Answer me question. Was this the mummy Professor Butterbaugh was unwrapping when it happened to him?" "I don't know, sir," the servant quavered. "I never saw the thing before, and so help me God, I never want to see it again. But I think it must be the one Dr. Butterbaugh had in mind, for there are 5 mummies there now, and this morning when I came in to open the blinds, there were only 4 standing against the walls, and one was laying on the floor over by the door." "Humph! I guess this is the one, then," Costello replied. "Go outside there and get the other servants. Tell 'em I want to question 'em, and don't tell 'em what you've seen here." De Grandin walked quickly to the grinning mummy and examined the pointed instrument in its hand minutely. "Très bien," he murmured to himself, giving the relic room a final appraising glance. "Aren't you going to look into those other mummy cases?" I asked as he turned to leave. "Not I," he denied. "Let Sergeant Costello busy himself with them. Me, I have other matters of more importance to attend to. Come, let us examine the servants. The cook, a large and very frightened negress, a diminutive and likewise badly frightened colored boy who attended the garden and acted as chauffeur, 2 white maids, both safely past the heyday of youth, and the butler composed the domestic staff of the Beeches. Costello marshalled them in line and began a series of searching questions, but de Grandin, after a single look at the crowd, approached the sergeant and excused himself, saying we would talk the matter over the following morning. "Thank you, sir," Costello acknowledged. "I take it kindly of ye to see that I got the first look in on this case before any of the newspaper boys had a chance to spoil it. I'll be coming over to your house tomorrow and we'll all go over the evidence together, so we will." "Très excellent," de Grandin agreed. "Good night, Sergeant. I am not sure, but I think we shall soon have these murderers beneath the lock and key of your so efficiently strong jail." "Murderers?" Costello echoed. "Ye think there was more than one of 'em, then, sir?" "Parbleu, yes, I know it," de Grandin responded. "Good night, mon vieux." "Well, Dr. de Grandin," Sergeant Costello announced as he entered my office the following afternoon, "we've got about as far as we can with the case." "Ah!" de Grandin smiled pleasantly as he pushed a box of cigars across the table. "And what have you discovered, cher sergeant?" "Well, sir," the Irishman grinned depreciatingly, "I can't rightly say we've found out much o' anything, precisely. For instance, we found that somebody forged Professor Butterball's signature to the letter to the El Grace Monument Works. We put it under a lens at headquarters today, and you can see where the name's been traced as plain as daylight." "Yes," de Grandin encouraged. "And have you any theory as to who forged that letter, or who killed the professor?" "No, sir, we haven't," the detective confessed. "Between you and me, sir, that Miss Alice may know more about the business than she lets on. I wouldn't say she was exactly glad to see me when I come last night, and well, she hasn't been any too helpful. This morning, when I was putting the servants through their paces again, to see if there was any discrepancies between their stories they told last night and what they might be saying this time, she ups and says she, 'Officer,' she says, 'you've been all over that before,' she says, 'and I'll not have my servants humiliated,' she says, 'by having you ask 'em every few hours which one of 'em killed me uncle.' So I ups and says, 'All right, miss, I don't suppose you have any suspicions concerning who killed him?' And she says, 'Certainly not,' just like that. And that was that, sir. Now, don't you be getting me wrong, Dr. de Grandin and Dr. Trowbridge. Miss Butterball is a high-toned lady and all that, and I'm not making any wisecracks about her being guilty, or even having guilty knowledge, but—" The sharp staccato of my office phone cut his statement in half. "Hello?" I called tentatively as I lifted the receiver. "Sergeant Costello. I want to speak to Sergeant Costello," an excited voice demanded. "This is Schultz speaking." "All right," I replied, passing the instrument to the sergeant. "Hello?" Costello growled. "Yes, Schultz, this is Costello. What? When? Oh, it did it? Yes, you bet your sweet life I'll be right over, and you'd best get busy and cook up a sweet young alibi by the time I get there, too, young felly me lad. Gentlemen," he turned a blank face to us, "that was Schultz, the uniformed man I'd left on duty at the Beeches. He tells me that mummy, the one with a little pickaxe in its hand, has disappeared from the house, right before his eyes." "Tous les démons!" de Grandin cried, springing from his chair. "I expected this. Come, my friends, let us hasten, let us speed, let us fly. Parbleu, but the trail may not yet have grown cold." End of section 9. Section 10 of Weird Tales, Jules de Grandin, Volume 2, by Seabury Quinn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Grinning Mummy, Part 2. "I was making my rounds as you told me, sir," Patrolman Schultz explained to Sergeant Costello. "I'd been through the house and looked in on that queer-looking mummy in the little room and seen everything was in order. Then I went out to the garage. Julius, the chauffeur, was telling me that he was going to quit his job as soon as the police investigation was done, 'cause he wouldn't dare live here after what's happened, and I was wondering if he was suffering from a guilty conscience or what, so I stopped to talk to him and see what he'd say. I couldn't have been outside more than 15 minutes, all told, and I came right back in the house, but that mummy was clean gone when I got back." "Oh, it was it?" Costello answered sarcastically. "I don't suppose you heard it hollerin' for help while it was being kidnapped, or anything like that while you was out Sherlock Holmesin' the chauffeur, did you?" "O' course not. You was too busy playin' O' King Brady to pay attention to your regular duties." "Well now, young felly, let me tell you something. We'll find that missin' mummy, and we'll find him toot sweet, as Dr. de Grandin would say, or badge number 687'll be turned in at headquarters tonight. D'ye get me?" He turned on his heel and walked toward the house, leaving the crestfallen young patrolman staring helplessly after him. We were about to follow him when the rattle of a Ford delivery wagon on the gravel driveway drew our attention. A young man in white apron and jacket jumped from the machine and approached the service porch, a basket of groceries on his arm. "Sorry to keep your order waiting," he told the cook as he handed her the hamper and a duplicate sales slip for her signature, "but I like to get killed comin' up the road about 20 minutes ago. I was drivin' out the pike slow and easy when a big touring car shot out of the lane and crowded me into the ditch. If I hadn't got my foot on the gas and been able to skedaddle out of the way before they ran me down, I'd most likely a been killed, and maybe the cake-eater and Sheba in the other car as well." "Where was it you had this so close escape?" de Grandin asked, approaching the youth with an ingratiating smile. "Down the road a piece," the other replied, nothing loath to dilate on his adventure. "You know there's a lane that skirts the edge of Professor Butterbaw's place and runs out to the pike near Twin Pines. There's a tall hedge growin' on each side of the lane where it comes out on the pike, and these folks must have been throwin' a neckin' party or something up there, for they was runnin' in low, kind of sneakin' along, not making a bit of noise till they was within a few feet of the main road. Then they stepped on her for fair, and come out into the highway running like a scairt dog." "Indeed?" de Grandin raised sympathetic eyebrows. "And did you notice the people in this car? They should be arrested for such actions." "I'll say I noticed 'em," the grocery boy answered with an emphatic nod. "The sheik who was drivin' was one of them lounge lizards with patent leather hair, and the Jane was little and dark, with big eyes and a sort of sneery look. She was holdin' something in her lap. Looked like might have been another girl's head, or something. Anyways, it was all covered up with cloth, and they didn't even excuse theirselves for crowdin' me into the ditch. Just went on down the road toward Morristown like greased lightnin'." De Grandin's little mustache was twitching with eagerness, like the whiskers of a tomcat before a rat-hole, but his voice was casual as he asked, "And did you notice the number of this car which so nearly wrecked you, mon petit?" "What's that?" the other replied suspiciously. "Did you make note of their license plate?" "You betcha." The lad produced a brown paper-backed notebook, obviously intended for emergency orders from his patrons, and thumbed through its dog-eared leaves. "Yep, here it is. Y 453 677 5344. New Jersey plate." "Ah, my excellent one, my incomparable little cabbage." De Grandin restrained himself from kissing the white-aproned youth with the utmost difficulty. "My Napoleon among épiciers. Behold, I shall make restitution for the fright these miscreants have given you." From his trousers pocket he produced a billfold and extracted a $5 note, which he pressed into the delivery boy's hand. "Take it, my wise one," he urged, quite unnecessarily. "Take it and buy a plaything for one of your numerous sweethearts. Pardieu, such a well-favoured youth must play the devil with the maidens' hearts, n'est-ce pas?" He thrust a playful finger into the astonished youngster's ribs. "Sure," the other responded, pocketing the bill and backing away rather hastily. "Sure, I got a Jane. D'you think I'm a dead one?" "Nom un coq, quite otherwise. You do possess the eye of Argus and the sagacity of Solon, mon brave," de Grandin assured him, then to me, "Come, Trowbridge, my friend, let us fly with all celerity to the lane which this so charming urchin has told us. Let us discover what we can see." We ran across the wide lawn to the tall, rank-growing privet hedge which marked the margin of the Butterball place, slipped through the shrubbery, and began walking slowly down the unpaved roadway. "Nom de Dieu, we have it!" the Frenchman exclaimed, pointing dramatically to the soft sand at our feet. "Behold, friend Trowbridge, where a car, even as described by the youthful Solomon, has been driven up this path and turned about at this point. Also, observe how two pairs of feet, one shod in wide-soled shoes, the other in slippers with the French heels, have walked from that car to the hedge, and here, do you not see it? Back again, and with wider steps and deeper impressions in the earth. Parbleu, my friend, our noses are to the earth. Anon we shall bring the quarry into view." Slipping through the hedge, he ran at top speed to the house, entered one of the open French windows, and called excitedly for Costello. "Quick, mon vieux," he urged when the sergeant came in answer to his repeated hails. "We must delay the expedition. I would that you broadcast by telephone an alarm to all towns and villages in the direction of Morristown to have a touring car bearing the New Jersey license Y4536775344 stopped at all costs. It must be delayed, it must be held, it must be impeded until I arrive." Costello regarded him in open-mouthed wonder, but proceeded to telephone headquarters to post a general lookout for the wanted car. "And now, Dr. de Grandin, sir," he whispered, "if you'd be good enough to lend me a bit of a hand in questioning these here servants, I believe we could get something out of 'em. They're beginning to weaken." "Ah, bah," de Grandin replied, "waste not your breath on these innocent ones, my friend. We shall be within reaching distance of these criminals when that car has been apprehended. In truth, they did fit the description to a perfection." "Description?" echoed the sergeant. "What description? Has someone been spilling the beans to you, sir?" "Ah, yes, someone has talked to me in silence," de Grandin replied. "There were at least two people in the library with Professor Butterbaugh when he was killed, and one of them, at least, had straight hair, smoothed down with some sort of unguent hair, moreover, which had been cut about 2 weeks ago. This person must have been somewhat shorter than the professor, and must have stood immediately before him when he was struck down from behind." Sergeant Costello looked at him a moment in speechless wonder. Then an ingratiating grin spread over his face. He rose, facing de Grandin with upraised forefinger, like an adult telling a fable to a dubious youngster. "And the wolf said to Little Red Riding Hood, 'Where you going, me pretty child?'" he interrupted. "I've seen you do a lot of things, which I'd have thought was magic if I hadn't seen 'em with me own 2 eyes, Dr. de Grandin," he confessed. "But when you go into a trance like that and begin fortune-telling about how many people was present when the professor was killed, and how long it had been since one of 'em had his hair cut, I'm having to remind ye that it's been many a year since I believed in fairy tales, sir." "Fairy tales, do you say?" de Grandin returned good-naturedly. "Parbleu, my friend, do not you know that the most improbable of the tales of the fairies is sober logic itself beside the seemingly impossible miracles which science performs each day? Nom d'un pour, 100 years ago men were hanged as wizards for knowing not 1/10 as much as Jules de Grandin has forgotten these 20 years. Amuse yourself, cher sergeant. Question the servants to your heart's content. But be ready to accompany me the minute that missing car is reported caught. I do entreat you." "It's the Templeton Police Department speaking," Dr. de Grandin Costello announced, some 3/4 of an hour later as he looked up from the telephone. "Will you be talking to 'em, sir? Sure, I haven't the ghost of an idea what it is you're wanting with the young lad and lady that was riding in the car you wanted held up. Allo? Allo?" de Grandin barked into the telephone as he snatched the receiver from the sergeant's hand. "This is Jules de Grandin speaking, Monsieur le Chef. You have the occupants of that car in custody? Bien, you do delight me. Charge? Parbleu, I'd forgotten that you require a specific charge on which to hold persons in custody in this country. Tell me, monsieur, you have searched that car, no?" A pause, during which he drummed nervously on the telephone table with the tips of his slender white fingers. Then, "Ah so, très bien. I and Sergeant Costello of the Harrisonville Police come on the wings of the wind to relieve you of your prisoners. Responsibility? But of course. Hold them, my friend. Place them under the double lock with gendarmes at the door and window, and I shall indubitably indemnify you against all responsibility. Only, I beseech you, hold them in safety until we arrive." He turned to us, his small blue eyes sparkling with excitement. "Come, my friends, come away. Let us make haste to that commandant of police at Templeton. He has there the birds for our cage." We jumped into my waiting car and turned toward Templeton, Costello sitting in the tonneau, a black cigar at a rakish angle in his mouth, an expression of doubt on his face, de Grandin beside me, drumming on the leather upholstery of the seat and humming excitedly to himself. "What's it all about, de Grandin?" I asked. Responding to his urging, I pressed my foot on the accelerator and drove the machine several miles beyond the legal speed. "Mean? Mean?" he answered, turning a twitching face and dancing eyes on me. "Possess yourself in patience, my friend. Restrain your curiosity for only a few little minutes. Curb your inquisitiveness only so long as it takes this abominably slow motor to convey us to that police chief at Templeton. Then, parbleu, you shall know. Yes, par le barbe de prophète, you and the good Costello, too, shall know all." He threw back his head and burst into a snatch of marching song. "Ellery, c'est toi le mal qu'elle sait faire, Madelon, Madelon, Madelon." "We've got 'em locked in there," the Templeton police chief told us when I brought my panting motor to a halt before the little town's near Greystone Municipal Building. "Far's I can see, there's no charge you can hold 'em on legally, and there's apt to be some trouble over this business. Sure, we found a mummy in the car, in response to de Grandin's eager question, but I don't know any law against transporting a mummy through the streets. Go in and talk to 'em if you want to, but make it snappy, and remember, if there's any comeback about a false arrest or anything like that, it's strictly your funeral." "Parbleu, Monsieur Chef," de Grandin replied with a smile. "It is like to be a double funeral, with the state of New Jersey officiating, unless Jules de Grandin is more mistaken than he thinks he is. Two people, a young man of 25 or 26 and a young woman of about the same age, sat on the polished oak benches of the municipal council room, which the Templeton police chief had turned into an improvised dungeon for their detention. The man was dressed with that precise attention to detail which characterizes the better class foreigner, while the woman's modish traveling costume was more reminiscent of the Rue de la Paix than of the dressmakers of America. Both were dark-skinned, with the clear olive complexion of the South, black-eyed and patrician of feature, and despite their air of hauteur, they were plainly ill at ease. "This is an outrage," the man burst forth in a perfectly accentless voice which proclaimed more plainly than faulty speech that the words he used were not of his mother tongue. "This is an outrage, sir. What right have you to hold us here against our will?" De Grandin fixed him with a level stare, rigid and uncompromising as a pointed bayonet. "And the murder of a respected citizen of this country, monsieur," he asked, "is that perhaps also not an outrage?" "What do you mean?" the man began, but the Frenchman cut him off curtly. "You and your companion did enter the house of Professor Francis Butterbaugh last night, or more definitely, early this morning," he replied, "and one of you did engage him in conversation while the other took the scepter of Isis from the wrappings of the mummy and struck him with it, from behind. Do not lie to me, my Egyptian friend. Your tongue may be false. Cordieu, are you not a nation of liars? But the hairs of your head tell the truth. Parbleu, you did not think that your victim would throw out his arm at the moment you murdered him and seize evidence which would put the rope of justice about your necks. You did not apprehend that I, Jules de Grandin, would be at hand to deliver you to the public executioner, hein?" The prisoner stared at him in astonished silence. "Then you have no proof that we were near Butterbaugh's house last night," the man answered, moving a step toward a sheeted object which lay on one of the council benches. De Grandin smiled unpleasantly. "No proof, do you say?" he returned. "Pardieu, I have all the proof needed to put you both to a shameful death. I have Trowbridge. Costello, stop him!" He flung himself at the prisoner, who had rounded the end of the bench and reached suddenly toward the thing under the sheet, drawn forth a tiny, wriggling object, and pressed it quickly to his wrist. "Too late," the man observed, holding out his hand to the woman beside him and sinking to the bench beside the sheeted object. "Dr. Jules de Grandin is too late." The young woman hesitated the fraction of a second as her fingers met those of her companion, then, with widening eyes, thrust her hand into the low-cut bosom of her dress, drew herself up very straight, and as a slight shiver ran through her frame, dropped to the bench beside the man. "Dieu le diable!" de Grandin swore furiously. "You have cheated me. I back, friend Trowbridge, back, sergeant. There is death on the floor." He cannoned into me, sending me stumbling toward the row of council seats, poised himself on tiptoe, and leaped lithely into the air, coming down with both feet close together, grinding his heels savagely on the floor. Beneath the edge of his boot sole I made out the sharp-pointed thrashing end of some small, cylindrical object. 5,000 years of life in death, and now eternal death beneath the feet of Jules de Grandin, he announced, stepping back and revealing a short black thing, scarcely thicker through its crushed body than an angleworm, and no longer than a man's hand. "What is it, sir?" Costello queried, looking at the still writhing thing disclosed by the Frenchman's lifted foot. "I blame you not for failing to recognize him, Sir Sergeant," the other replied. "The good St. Patrick did drive him and all his family from your native land some 1,500 years ago. To me he said, 'Friend Trowbridge, before you lies what remains of such a snake as did kill Cleopatra, no less. To discourage robbers from the graves of their great ones, I have heard the Egyptians did sometimes secrete the comatose bodies of serpents among the wrappings of their mummies. I have often heard such tales, but never before have I seen evidence of their truth. Like the toad and the frog, who are found alive within fossil rocks, the snake has the ability to live indefinitely in suspended animation. When these miscreants did expose this viper to the air, he was revived, and I make no doubt they allowed him to live against just such a contingency as this. Do you desire more proof? Is not their double suicide a confession sufficient of guilt?" He turned questioning eyes from Costello to me, then glared at the prisoners shivering on the bench beside the sheeted object. "What's this?" Costello demanded, striding to the seat where the man and woman sat and snatching the sheet from the form beside them. "Holy St. Judas! 'Tis the grinning mummy itself!" he exclaimed, as he bared the sardonically smiling features of the thing we had seen in Professor Butterbaw's relic room on the night of his murder. "But of course," de Grandin replied. "What else? Did I not surmise as much when that young groceryman told us of the fleeing couple in the motor car? And did I not have you send out the alarm for the detention of that same car? And did I not particularly question the police chief of this city concerning the presence of a mummy in the motor when he did inform me that he had apprehended our fugitives? Most assuredly. Me, I am Jules de Grandin. I do not make mistakes." He directed a quizzical gaze at the prisoners. "Your time grows short," he stated. "Will you confess now? Or must I assure you that I shall cut your hearts out from your dead bodies and feed them to carrion crows? Remember, I am a medical man, and my request that I be allowed to perform an autopsy on you will unquestionably be honored. You will confess, or—" He waved an eloquent hand, the gesture expressing unpleasant possibilities. The man twisted his thin lips in a mirthless grin. "You may as well know," he replied, "but we must be assured our ashes will be taken to Egypt for burial before I tell you anything." The Frenchman raised his hand. "You have my assurance of that, if you tell all, and my equal assurance that you shall be dissected as subjects of anatomical study if you do not," he promised. "Come, begin. Time presses, and there is much to tell. Make haste. It does not matter who we are. You can find our names and residences from our papers," the prisoner began. "As to what we are, you have perhaps heard of the movement to revive the secret worship of the old gods of Egypt among those who trace their ancestry to the ancient rulers of the earth." De Grandin nodded shortly. "We are members of that movement," the man continued. "We Copts possess the blood of Ramses, mighty ruler of the world, of Tutankhamen and Renefer. Our race was old and glorious when Babylon was a swamp, and you Franks were only naked savages. Pagan Greek and pagan Roman, Christian Frank and Moslem, Arab, all have swarmed in upon us, forcing their religions down our throats at the sword's point, but our hearts have remained constant to the gods we worshipped in the days of our greatness. For centuries a faithful few have done honor to Osiris and Isis, to Horus and Nut and Anubis, and mighty ram-headed Ra, father of gods and fashioner of men. But only in recent years, with the weakening of the Moslems' hated power, have we dared extend our organization. Today we have a complete hierarchy. I am a vowed servant of Osiris. My sister here is a dedicated priestess of Isis. That the barbarians of Europe and America should delve among the tombs of our illustrious dead and drag their sacred relics forth for fools to gape at has long been intolerable to us, as the violation of the tombs of Napoleon or Washington would be to French or Americans. But for years we have been forced to suffer these insults in silence. Before this robber, Butterbaugh, desecrated the tomb of Ankh-Amamen, he motioned toward the uncovered, grinning mummy on the bench beside him. Our priesthood had passed sentence of death on all who despoiled our burying places in future. The Englishman, Carnarvon, died by our orders. Other tomb robbers met their just deserts at our hands. Now you knew why Butterball was executed. We gave the thieving savage fair warning of our intent before he took the stolen body out of Egypt, but the English police, Mayset burned them, prevented our carrying out our sentence there, so we followed him to America. We had obtained a specimen of his signature in Cairo. It was easy to forge his name to the order for his tombstone. Last night my sister and I waited outside his house until his servants had gone to bed. We watched the thief gloating over the body of our sacred dead, saw him unwind the sacerdotal wrappings from it, and while he was still at his ghoulish work we entered an open window and read him the death sentence pronounced on him by the council of our priests. The grave robber ordered us from his house, threatened us with arrest, and would have assaulted me, but my sister, who stood behind him, struck him dead with a single blow of the holy scepter of Isis, which he had taken from the cerements of the body outraged by his profane hands. We restored the body of Ankh-Mamen to its case, and were about to take it to our car, that we might carry it back to its tomb in Egypt, when we heard someone moving about upstairs, and had to make our escape. We put the scepter of Isis in the hand of our ancestor, for it was to avenge his desecrated tomb that we put Butterball to death. A smear of the robber's blood was on my sister's hand, and she wiped it off on Ankh-Mamen's lips. It was poetic justice. Our outraged countryman drank the blood of his ravisher. Today we returned and took our dead from the polluting atmosphere of Butterball's house, while your stupid police looked on and saw nothing. How you discovered us we do not know, but may the lightnings of Osiris blast you. May Apepi, the serpent, crush your bones, and the pestilence of Typhon wither your flesh. May— A convulsive shudder ran through him. He half rose from the bench, then slid forward limply, his hands clutching futilely at the withered hands of the mummy, which grinned sardonically into his face. I glanced hastily toward the girl, who had sat silent during her brother's narrative. Her jaw had dropped, her head sagged forward on her breast, and her eyes stared straight before her with the inane, fixed stare of the newly dead. De Grandin studied the three bodies before us a long moment, then turned to Costello. "You will make what report is necessary, my friend?" he asked. "Sure, I will, sir," the detective assented. "And I got to hand it to you for cleaning up the mystery so neat, too. But begging your pardon, how'd ye intend making good on your promise to ship these here dead corpses back home?" De Grandin smiled quickly. "Did you not hear him demand my promise to ship his ashes to Egypt?" he asked. "When the official formalities are concluded, we shall have them cremated." "Excuse me for bothering you, Dr. de Grandin," Costello apologized as we concluded dinner at my house that evening, "but I ain't educated like you and Dr. Trowbridge here, and there's a lot of things that's plain as ABC to you gentlemen that don't seem to mean nothing at all to me. Would you mind telling me how you figured this here case so easy?" And his florid face went a shade redder. "And excuse me for trying to get funny with you this afternoon when you was telling the kind of hair the gink we must find had." "Yes, de Grandin," I urged. "Tell us. I'm as much in the dark as Sergeant Costello." "Glory be!" the Irishman exclaimed fervently. "Then I am not the only dumbbell in the party." De Grandin turned his quick, elfish smile on each of us in turn, then knocked the ashes from his cigar into his coffee-cup. "All men have two eyes, unless they have one," he began, "and all see the same things, but not all do know what it is that they see. When we did go to that Professor Butterball's house after he had been murdered, I did first observe the size, appearance, and location of the wound whereof he died. Next I did look very carefully about to see what autograph his murderers had left. Believe me, my friends, all criminals leave their visiting cards, if only the police can read them. Très bien. I did find that in the professor's right hand were clutched 4 or 5 short, black hairs, straight, glossy hairs, with traces of pomade still upon them. Now, at the Faculté de Médecine Légale, to which I have the honor to belong, we have spent much time in the study of such things. We know, for example, that in case of sudden death, especially where there has been injury done to the nervous system, the body undergoes an instantaneous rigidity, making the dead hand grasp and firmly hold any object within its reach. Thus, we have found soldiers, shot in the field of battle, firmly holding their rifles, suicides clutching the pistols with which they have ended their lives, or occasionally drowned bodies grasping grass and weeds or gravel. Also we have learned that fragments of clothing, hair, or other foreign substances clutched in a dead man's hand, unless they be from his own attire or person, indicate the presence of some other person at the instant of death, and hence point to murder rather than suicide. Again, we have paid much attention to the evidence borne by the location of wounds. Friend Trowbridge, he turned to me, will you be so good as to take up that spoon, stand behind me, and make as though you would dash out my brains with it? Wonderingly, I picked up the spoon, placed myself behind him, and struck him quickly, though lightly, on the head. Bon, très bon, he exclaimed. Make careful note where your blow did fall, my friend. Now, Sergeant, will you do likewise? Costello obeyed, and I could not repress a start of surprise. The blow struck by Costello came into contact with the Frenchman's sleek light hair less than an inch from where my spoon had struck. You see, de Grandin grinned delightedly. Almost always it is so. Wounds of the head from axes, hammers, and the like, are almost invariably found on the left parietal area if the assailant is in front. If he stands behind his victim, the injury will usually be found on the right side of the occiput, where both of you unconsciously struck me. Very well. When I did examine Professor Butterbaw's death wound, I knew he was struck down from behind. Excellent so far, but if he was killed from the back, how came those hairs grasped in his hand? He could not have reached behind to seize his murderer. The hairs would not have been so clutched had the murderer first confronted him, then rushed behind to strike the fatal blow, and that wound could not possibly have been given by one standing before him. Voila! There were 2 persons at least present when the professor died. The weapon used we found in the hand of that mummy which did grin like the cats of Cheshire, and on his lips we found a smear of blood. That, coupled with the professor's experience in Egypt, the so mysterious tombstone which he had not ordered, and which said, "Beware the wrath of the gods," and the fact that no robbery had been attempted, all convinced me it was a killing of revenge. C'est vous. I did examine those hairs under the microscope while my good Trowbridge slept that night. Their color and texture excluded the possibility of their belonging to the professor or to any of his servants. They could not have come from the mummy's head, for he was shaven pated, and the condition of their ends, which was slightly rounded, showed they had been cut by a barber some 2 weeks hence. I say to me, suppose some persons have come from Egypt to kill this Professor Butterbaugh. Suppose he have come on the sea some 3 or 4 weeks. Suppose again he are a wealthy, fastidious man. What would be one of the first things he would do when he came to shore? I answer, parbleu, he would undoubtedly have his hair cut. Correct, I reply. And could he arrange to kill the professor and order a tombstone in 2 weeks? He could, I responded. Very well. I have argued so far with myself and decided we must look for 2 people, one of them, at least, with brunette hair, which have been cut some 2 weeks ago. both of them probably dark-skinned, because they are probably Egyptian, but not black, because the hair say he belonged to a white man. Where shall we find these murders in a nation of 100 million people of many different complexions? I do not know, but I shall try. I promise me. And then, Cordieu, and then we meet that so charming lad from the grocery shop, who tells us of the couple in the speeding car and of the young woman who holds some wrapped-up thing in her lap. The mummy is missing. These people speed. There are wheel tracks and footprints of a most suspicious kind in the lane by the professor's house. Friend Trowbridge and I have seen them. Parbleu, why are not these two runaways the persons we seek? We did seek them, my friends, and we did find them. And though that ancient snake did cheat your executioner, we did exact their lives in payment for that of Professor Butterbaugh. He smiled contentedly as he resumed his seat and poured a thimbleful of glowing creme de menthe over the crushed ice in his liqueur glass. "Justice, my friends," he pronounced, "she is hard to evade. When she are accompanied by Jules de Grandin, grand Dieu, she are invincible." End of section 10. End of Weird Tales, Jules de Grandin, Volume 2, by Seabury Quinn.